is where I come from. So my journey has been more of initially trying to bring and train young leaders into a society where they could bring out their best in leadership. Having also listened and studied how the Nigerian leadership system has failed, it became important for me to find ways to make a change. So in the course of doing that, I started a non-profit organization known as the National Congress for Women's Societies, where I have young undergraduates, young leaders from across the 36 states of Nigeria. Mostly what that group does is to educate them about what leadership is, what good leadership looks like, what living in a country where you have different and diverse religions, what it looks like, what is expected for a leader to have respect for the rights of citizens, regardless of the age, gender, religion, and all that. So most of the people and the youths that have been in that group has imbibed a lot of strong leadership skills that has made them to be able to manage the dangers that the Nigerian political system, the political people, the damage they are doing to the country by the second. So another way that I try to see how to correct this anomaly in that entity called Nigeria is also through the formation of a full-fledged political party by myself, engineering it, and just few people that I brought in. The name of that political party is United Patriots. So I was really the originator of UP. The United Patriots was also cut across the whole 36 states of Nigeria with youth that needed good leadership, good governance, cut across. Actually, we were doing so well, but I know that along the line, the Nigeria INEC saw United Patriots as a threat. So they were among one of the registered political parties a couple of years back, and we took them to court and we won the case. We won the case at the appeal court. The UP, we won INEC because they had no reason to register us. And they saw the momentum that I was bringing to the polity. They saw the momentum that young youths were bringing to the society. So Nigeria being a state that respects nobody, does not respect the rule of law, they have to clamp down on the United Patriots. And then after we won them at the appeal court, then they went to the Supreme Court. And we all know what happens at the Supreme Court of Nigeria, where they put their own people that answers to their whims and caprices. So at the Supreme Court, I believe they upheld the initial the registration of the United Patriots. But we definitely won that at the appeal court, just like Nnamdi Kanu won his case at the appeal court. So again, these are some of the ways that I know I've tried to be able to make an impact in building a nation that is worthy of emulation, but based on the experiences I have, living not just in Nigeria, but also living abroad. It came to a point after I see that there is no hope in building up Nigeria. That energy, I can use that to build up my own people with our own nation. So that was how I gradually started to look for ways inwards that I can really help my people, because everything that you try to do to help the Nigerian state once they know that you are bringing something good to the country, they will kill that. So there is just no point trying to put your energy to drain you where you know that is not going to yield any result. So, after that, I started looking inward, and then, but before then, again, my history has been that of a lot mobilization, leadership over the years. I have different groups, that I've spearheaded, different organizations that I've been into that aimed at making the lives of our people better in leadership, in performance, and all that. So, into Biafra, I was drawn more into of leadership of this movement. I watched his speeches, the way he analyzed these things, and what he was trying to do. I think my spirit resonated with that. See, I saw the kind of that over in 2000 and then I Biafra movement Funagate to help to assist the Prime Minister in the realization of that dream of a new nation for Biafra people. So that was into that, into Biafra really. Leadership was
This meeting is being recorded.
So I was part of that, trying to mobilize how we can reach out to our people more to know how they need for us to reach out and have our own, build our own nation from the constant marginalization, the constant killings of innocent Biafrans just because of their ideology, just because they are Biafrans. So there are so many instances that I witnessed, I know about, and that propelled me to really move more into helping the Prime Minister in this journey. Initially, when I came in, apart from the fundraising aspect, I have to Prime Minister for me to put Biafrans into the different positions in the struggle to help him and also to help the struggle. I sent the proposal and he approved that proposal. So after that, I know I brought in a couple of other people into that committee to help. And that was how we started recruiting people in the different positions in the Biafra struggle. So, yeah, that is it at this point, I think.
That's almost it. Just wish you could drive it to the point in which you then became the deputy prime minister.
Okay, let me do that. Okay. So from the Biafra recruitment department, my major role at that time was to recruit all the different people in the different to the different departments that will help us build the I took part in really recruiting many of the people you have today, either in the Biafra government exile or in the United States of Biafra government. I've been part of recruitment of at least, like I say, up to 85 to 90% of the people that worked in the government. So from the recruitment department, I was involved in several other departments of the government. Some of them are the ones that the Prime Minister like I know that in the advisory, in the Biafra advisory board, somebody told me one time, about the board, and I think there were about 5 of us in that board, and mine is always to help. So I joined the advisory board, and usually the prime minister meet us every now and then. If there are things that we observe or any special assignments that he wants us to do, he meets us to do that. So from the advisory board, I also started looking for ways to assist more with help. So in that note, I started the New Dimension Mandate. Not just Biafrans, but also for other organizations, other countries that have similar problems of what Biafrans are going through, where they kill people, where there are women and children are suffering and all that, war-torn countries and all that. So that was how and they help not just Biafra, with march, just peaceful unarmed peacefulness. They kill them with live guns, live bullets, and all that. So, leaving thousands innocent Biafrans were motherless, some are fatherless. Some of them can dropped out of school, no help from anyone. Some of them, their homes were burnt. Some of them, their farms were destroyed by the Nigerian state that brings in the armed. Nigeria reintegrates terrorists into its military and police. So they ship them to Biafra land with AK-47s. So their major assignment is to stop the restoration of Biafra. That's a clear instruction. It's nothing more. So when they come, they just kill, they name, they arrest. As we speak, thousands of Biafrans are languishing in different jails across Nigeria and also across Biafra land. So the New Dimension Mandate was formed basically to help all these people and also help other indigenous Nigerians that are going through the same thing that the others are going through, like in different states like Benue State of Nigeria, Zamfara State, Jos, Plateau State. So the New Dimension Mandate has helped indigenous citizens of Nigeria in all the states that are in RDP camps, suffering mostly the same thing. Theirs is mostly the displacement of those indigents by the reintegrated terrorists that were brought in by the Nigerian government. So that was what the New Dimension Mandate was basically doing, trying to raise funds to support the freedom movement to support the Prime Minister and also to support Biafrans in realizing their objectives. The main objective is for us to have our free nation, to be independent of Nigeria. We Biafrans, even during Nnamdi Kanu, who is our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, he has been talking about referendum. We've been calling for referendum from the Nigeria state for the past 10 years. They refused. They do not want referendum because Biafrans were willing to vote to exit Nigeria. Biafrans are mostly Christians. Now we're about 99% Christians. We wanted to exit and live our free life without being killed by the reintegrated terrorist body by the Nigerian government. They refused. So that was how from the mandate, I now moved to different levels. At a point, I was appointed when we started initially to assemble the cabinet. I was voted to be in charge of the health department, and I think another department like that. But eventually, I was made the chief of staff for the government, not just based on the role I play, but also more importantly, based on what and who the Prime Minister thinks is the best candidate to be able to handle that position at that time. So then I was made the chief of staff to the government. In that role of the chief of staff, I literally coordinate every single activity that involved in Prime Minister. All of them, some of them are public, some are private. But most times the Prime Minister, I believe, knows that this journey is not an easy journey. And based on his own experience to what he has, what he learns from the transitioning from the IPOB, EOS to the way he we moved from the research over. There was one
Thank you. We would have to take that Let us now observe a minute's silence for our fallen heroes and heroines. Tonight, we lift our hearts in remembrance of our heroes and heroines, the brave souls who forfeited their lives so that the United States of Biafra might live. Their blood became the seed of our freedom. Their courage, the fire that still burns in every Biafran heart. May their spirits rise among us, guiding our leaders with wisdom, strength, and truth. May they protect our defenders and unite Biafrans everywhere, calling every son and daughter home to rebuild our nation with honor and love. May they stand with us as we end the Biafran and Christian genocide, break the chains of neocolonialism, and drive out every force that occupies our land. Their voices still echo in the wind. Biafra must live. Their sacrifice fuels our hope. Biafra must rise. Their dream is our mission. The United States of Biafra shall stand forever. As we proclaim tonight that their deaths will never be in vain. The US BDF anthem. Fellow Biafrans, let us rise as one people and proclaim our loyalty through the national pledge. At the count of 3, kindly unmute your microphones and we would recite the pledge together. 1, 2, 3. I pledge loyalty
to
to
the
United States of
Biafra,
land
of the rising
sun, history, values, and laws.
Defend our lives,
lest we perish. To uphold
peace,
unity, progress, and equity. One people under God. Honorable Patricia, you have the mic.
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, Biafrans. Good evening, USB. This is Patricia here. Patricia. Hello.
Patricia, please just hold on a minute.
Hello, good evening, Biafrans.
Yes, Honorable Patricia, you may go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Biafrans. Good evening. I welcome you all coming here this evening. Today is 7th of November, 2025. My name is Patricia Omobai, and Inter-COS in the Office of Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, Chief of Staff. And today, I'm welcoming you all for this meeting. Before we start, we're going to take 2 minutes prayer. Please, can someone lead us for this 2 minutes prayer? Please, so that we carry on doing what we know how to do. Thank you so much. Okay, if there's no one to lead, just let me pray. Thank you so much, instead of taking our time. Mighty God, everlasting King, our Maker universe, we thank you for the opportunity that you're giving to us to come here this evening. Thank you, and we welcome the Holy Spirit here to take control in all we're going to do here. Thank you, Lord, that we pray for whatever that is happening. We shouldn't look at the front or back or anywhere, but just focus on you. No matter what is going on in Nigeria, we know that our Onyendu is there, but it said, let the will of God be done. And God is God of justice. We thank God for his life, that is still standing on his ground. If he's standing, you will give us the courage to stand too. Thank you, Father. We thank you for our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, wherever he is in Finland right now. You are God. You will still bring him out to tell his story, and so shall it be in Jesus' name. And finally, I thank you for our Deputy Prime Minister, who will declare Biafra on the 29th of November 2024. We thank you for her life. We thank you for what you have been using her to do and what you are still going to use her to do. And for everybody that's supporting one way or another, we thank God for everyone here. in all, we cover everybody here with the blood of Jesus, that what we are going to speak here, let's speak from you, Lord, and we will not speak from this stretch. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Right. Can we say our Lord prayer together, please? Unmute yourself. Lord prayer, Lord prayer, Lord prayer. It's our Lord prayer. Can we say it together? I start. 1, 2, 3. Go.
Oh, God.
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy
Kingdom come,
thy will be done
thy
on
will be done on earth
as it
as
is
it is in heaven.
Give us this day
Jesus
our
and
daily bread,
and
forgive us our
forgive us
trespasses,
trespasses
as we forgive
forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation,
deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
So that's the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you all. Thank you all. I think I'm going to handle over microphone to Deputy Prime Minister or Pandi.
Yeah, you can hand it over to her.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm going to hand over the microphone to Deputy Prime Minister. Fandi, I know fundraise this for you anyway. Thank you so much. I'm going to welcome our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, our Deputy Prime Minister, Chief of Staff. The microphone is for you. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Patricia. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Christopher. And I thank everyone that is present here today. Usually today is usually our cabinet meeting. We do that every Friday, but today we have to tweak it a little bit to accommodate the crisis we have in our young new nation, where a foreign body is planning to forcefully, illegally organize a shambolic election in Biafra territory, in the old Anambra state, which currently involves Odumewu, Ikemba, and Omambala state. So that is why we decided to use this opportunity to talk to Biafrans in those states where these criminal elements are located and planning to invade our land tomorrow, to ensure that Biafrans make a clear statement to the Nigerian state that the United States of Biafra is a sovereign nation, which was declared in Latin Finland on November the 29th, 2024. And as a sovereign state, we met all the criteria for a sovereign state. We conducted a self-referendum where 50 million Biafrans voted to exit Nigeria. We have a defined people. We have a defined geographical area. We have the map of the 40 states of Biafra, the 40 state governors and the commissioners in different departments, establishing the different sections and sectors. We have our Constitution of the United States of Biafra, which is already on Amazon, being bought by thousands of Biafrans scattered all over the world. We had our declaration made when over 1,500 Biafrans from all over the world, we converged in Latin Finland last year to declare the independence of the sovereign state of Biafra. We redeclared the Biafra Republic in the name United States of Biafra. The United States of Biafra citizens have been having their passports. Thousands of Biafrans have their United States of Biafra identity card. We're already working on our international passport. So we met all the criteria. We have our allies that are supporting us day and night. We have those that supported Biafra Republic between 1967 and 1970, never dropped that. They are still supporting us, and we got more new allies that are supporting what we do every day, but in the African nations and the European nations. And America, thank you. Thank you, Donald Trump, for designating Nigeria a country of particular concern for the murder of thousands of Christians that have been ongoing for the past 50 years or more in that country. And they've been covering it up. They will call it farmer herder clash. They will tell you they are killing both Christians and Muslims, or they are killing everyone. They will tell you, oh, the terrorists, they don't care. Everyone is being murdered. These are the criminal elements that are spread across the whole social media by the Nigerian state, propagating misinformation and lies to the world to make it look as if everyone is being killed. No. So we thank the United States of America. We thank our able President Donald Trump and the United States of America legislators for designating Nigeria as people of particular concern and country of particular concern. We know it's CPC, country of particular concern, but we have to add more, which is people of particular concern, PPC. So we frame it as CPC, PPC. Because those politicians in those CPC countries, they propagate, they support, they sign laws that made it difficult. They sign laws that reintegrate non-terrorists, including Boko Haram, ISIS, ISWAP, all over the world. They sign those proposals, those rules to reintegrate them into Nigeria. That is why no one can control the terrorism in Nigeria. The programs being propagated by the Nigerian politicians has made it practically impossible for anyone, any country, to control the terrorism in Nigeria. The only thing that will save lives is the destruction of Nigeria. Nigeria must be destroyed for people, for indigenes to live. There are no two ways about it. The agents of the Nigerian state, the agents of Tinubu, Christopher Musa, and their likes are all over constituting themselves as nuisance on social medias, where they are trying to justify. Oh, Muslims are also killed, Christians are also killed. When you come, there is no difference between who is going to be killed. These are the fallacies they've used for the past 100 years to deceive people, to deceive the world, to make it look as if what is happening is not a clear terrorist state of Nigeria that has dragged Nigeria into the Islamic organization, IOC. Today, Nigeria is an Islamic state. And for a country to be a member of the Islamic State, there are certain criteria you will meet and you will continue to meet. One of that is making sure that all the terrorists in the Sahel areas are reintegrated into Nigeria. They know what they are doing. United Nations leaders are aware of that. African Union leaders are aware of that. Those places where Nigeria puts these terrorists in positions of authority, they are fully aware of that. You have a country where you have two laws. One, Sharia in the north. and then the secular law for the rest of the country. Where if you are a Christian living in the northern part of Nigeria or born in the northern part of Nigeria, they force you to live by the Sharia law. If not, you'll be dead. All of us are fully aware of the stoning of the world, the different models, the reintegration of non-terrorists, which is a policy of Soludo and Christopher Musa, has made the massacre of Christians in Nigeria non-stop. Christians are massacred and murdered every single day. The massacre of Biafrans. Biafrans are Christians. We are the target. We are under extinction by the Nigerian state. That is why Nigeria must go down. For the indigenous in those areas to live. As for us, the United States of Biafra, we declared our independence. We are out from Nigeria. We can never be a part of a country that reintegrates non-terrorists. We've declared our independence. No one can stop that. This declaration is under the leadership of our Onyendu, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, whom the Nigerian government kidnapped from Kenya and locked him up in the DSS dungeon in Nigeria. And today, all of us witnessed where he was the judge. Under what constitution, under what law are you trying me? Can you tell me under what Nigerian law are you trying me? Because you cannot get right from wrong. You cannot go to Kenya and kidnap Nnamdi Kanu, extraordinarily rendition into Nigeria without going through the due process of the legal system in Kenya. You brought him to Nigeria, then you think you can try him. No, that is illegal. You cannot try somebody who you kidnapped from another country in Nigeria. So he was asking them, under what law are you trying me? And nobody gave him that answer. None. They couldn't give him that answer. That is the criminality of the Nigerian state. Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the Nigerian politicians, they locked Nnamdi Kanu up so that they think by locking him up, we are not going to declare our freedom. We already declared Biafra. No one can stop that. That declaration stands on November 29, 2024. The United States of Biafra as a sovereign nation has been declared in Finland. There is no other declaration that will be accepted by Biafran people. That declaration has been done. We are a sovereign nation. Our leader, Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, has said, all I need is for my people to be free from a country that reintegrates non-terrorists. That is why they locked him up. And going through this sham they call trial. After almost 5 courts have told the Nigerian state to release Nnamdi Kanu, including the United Nations Committee on Extraordinary Rendition that told him release Nnamdi Kanu and compensate him. Nigeria refused, and Nigeria is still a member of the United Nations. So they break the law that United Nations set, and United Nations still allow them to be part of the United Nations. Nigeria must be suspended from the United Nations immediately. We know what the deputy secretary, the Nigerian-born lady that is doing there at the top position in the United Nations, blocking the killing of innocent people. That's what she's planted there to do by the Nigerian state. So when innocent Biafrans, indigenous Nigerians, bring a complaint to the United Nations, this woman, she blocks that. She sweeps it under the rug. She will label it farmer-herder clash. Because that is language they use. That is language the Fulani terrorists that are ruling Nigeria has been using. They call it farmer-herder clash. It is not farmer-herder clash. Nothing to do. But that is the word she uses to confuse those that do not know what is going on in that enclave called Nigeria. That is exactly what they do. And in other places, in African Union, they plant the one that is right there, that sweeps everything about indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafran. He sweeps it under the rug. I believe also in Commonwealth and other places where Nigeria bribe their way, they bribe their everywhere to make the life of the common man very, very difficult. People are begging to live in Nigeria. It's a killing ground. Thousands of Christians being murdered every single day by the policies of the Nigerian politicians. They don't care. As long as they continue to milk the oil and natural resources that come from Biafra land, whether it's southeast or it's south-south, it is ours. It belongs to Biafrans. And not anymore. Not anymore. We declared we are a free nation. That is exactly what Nigeria has doing. So we all saw the Shambalik trial today. It's been engineered by the Nigerian state against our Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. The same thing they do with our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Can you go ahead? I'm coming. Yeah. You need the money first. There's a card there. So I'm coming. The same thing they did to our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Nigeria colluded with Finland for the same reason. Just let my people go. We do not want to live with a country with leaders that will integrate terrorists. That's exactly how they colluded with Finland to kidnap our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa 2 weeks before our declaration in Finland. And some ignorant ones will be asking, oh, how can you, what made you a nation? What makes you think you can just wake up and go? What? Because of ignorance, and what we call mental slavery that Nigeria state has put its people for the past 100 years. They cannot think. That is why the breakup of Nigeria must come from the diaspora. The United States of Biafra must come from diaspora. Because the mentality of an average Nigerian that is inside that enclave has been so messed up, they do not know what freedom means.
Completely.
They don't understand. They can't get it. You must reason for them. That's what our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa has said. Mm-hmm. You must reason for them. They don't reason no more. They don't reason no more. And when I read, some people will be like, oh, how are you going to, when are you going to allow Nigeria to give you your independence? How can you just wake up and just declare? What documentation do you have? What right? And I say ignorance of these people. When you know the story, how even communities like the Cherokee County, the Americans people, even Finland, when the people decide they want to be free from their oppressors, the decolonization of Biafra people has happened. No one can stop that. No one can stop that. Currently, Nigeria is occupying a foreign land. Yes, so we have peacefully notified them to leave Biafra land. We have a map of Biafra land. The people there, almost 98% of those people have spoken. They want to be a free nation. And the world is going to witness that.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
When this criminal state of Nigeria wants to conduct a criminally forceful election that is not approved by Biafra people. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow the world will watch again the confirmation of the independence of the United States of Biafra.
Confirm.
I want Finland to pay attention. I want the world to pay attention.
Confirm.
What is going to happen in the old Anambra state, which comprises of Ikemba, Odumegwu, and Omambala State in the next 1 or 2 or 3 days.
Confirm.
The Biafra people there, we just concluded our governorship and deputy governorship election on November the 4th. We had thousands of Biafrans in that state voted peacefully in an orderly manner. The first ever election conducted by the United States of Biafra government. Not one fight, not one chaos in any polling center was recorded. Not even one. There was no military armored vehicle. There was no police invasion of the people. There was no army invasion of the people. There was no carrying and snatching of ballot boxes. There is no swapping of ballot boxes in hotel rooms that are exchanged from the polling center to the INEC office. Nothing like that. There is no vote buying. Everything was transparent, both online and physical. Thousands of Biafrans trooped out to vote massively in a very successful election. Well coordinated, well organized. If you don't see, at least you hear. If you didn't hear that, at least you saw. You saw the lineup of mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, peacefully exercising their right to choose those that will be their leader. And Biafrans have spoken in one accord on November the 4th, 2025, to elect the 3 governors in the states of Ikemba, Omambala, and Odumegwu State. Everybody saw that. And in a moment, we'll see if the governors or the deputies are going to be available to speak to us for 1 or 2 minutes. People call me and say, Dr. Obweze, thank you so much. This is the first time in 60 years that I have felt like a citizen of a country. The first time I have peacefully, I left my house, I went to the polling booth, I stood on the line. When it was my turn, I put the name of the candidate that I wanted and I put it inside that box.
Regional.
And he monitored from beginning to end. When those votes were counted physically in the presence of the volunteers for each of the candidates, say he has never seen anything like this.
Regional government.
I got a woman from Odumegwu State that called me, and she was just crying. She was just in tears. She said she never knew that in her lifetime she could witness a peaceful election. She and her 3 teenagers voted peacefully. And they monitored that election from the beginning to the end. Not one vote was manipulated. And I tell the world, this is a peace. We have not fully conquered our nation because the Nigerian terrorist state is still occupying our land. But with this little that we've done, you imagine how the United States of Biafra, what we can do when we fully become and have all our states together. Imagine how it's going to be. It's going to be like times 100. That is why I tell people we are building one of the best countries in the world. Thousands of people will line up on the immigration just to get visa to come to the United States of Biafra. I'm telling you, it's already happening. So Finland locking up our prime minister so that we cannot do this election that was concluded on November the 4th. They failed. Finland can see that they failed. Because the United States of Biafra is a sovereign nation. We don't need your permission to be a sovereign nation. The people don't need your permission to declare their independence. No, and you must respect that. Simon Ekpa is not a terrorist. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. They are only fighting for the freedom of their people. They are only fighting so that we does not continue to be killed by the Nigerian state. And you took him away. And you think that will stop us? Failed. Woefully. Woefully. That oil, that contract which you, Finland, you think you are going to have with Nigeria and continue to milk the oil reserves from Biafra land, not anymore. Biafra. That is in Biafra. Now, so, it is for the oil in Biafra land. You will never a failed contract. I promise you that.
No tag on faceless tonight,
So our election has been finalized. As we are announced on November the 4th. At the end of that poll, within 2 hours, the electoral umpires announced the winners of those elections in the full view of the world. But you have a country that is lawless, ruthless, lives by the power of the gun, the AK-47. That's what Nigeria lives by. That is what the reintegrated terrorists they brought into Nigeria. They hire them into the police and the military and give them those guns to go after those people who has those mineral resources that may block them. We've peacefully written to President Tinubu that the United States of Biafra have declared our independence. He and his terrorist army and police must respect that. We wrote to the embassies, but abroad, we've written to over 100 world leaders about the independence of the United States of Biafra. And I want to use this opportunity to thank those leaders that have privately responded to us to make sure we don't back down. We will never, I promise you. This we are doing, we cannot leave it for our children and our grandchildren. We will end this. We've already ended it. Our children cannot go through these pains that Nigeria has inflicted on indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans. Not anymore. So Biafrans are calling on Finland to let our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa go. Leave him alone. He is not the terrorist you labeled him. You left the terrorist, which is Nigeria, and you are holding an innocent man who was fighting for his people. You must let him go. He has not committed any crime. The same thing with the Nigerian state. Tinubu, you must let Nnamdi Kanu go. You have to let him go. You have to let him go. He has not committed any crime. Biafrans are peaceful people. Everywhere we go, everywhere we live, we try to make the world a better place. We do not move to other people's land and occupy their land forcefully and chase them away. That is what the Nigerian state do. Creating IDP camps in different places. Because these terrorists they bring in, they pursue indigenous people away from their homes. What does the Nigerian state do? Instead of fighting those terrorists, no, they go somewhere and build IDP camps for those indigenous Nigerians, indigenous Biafra, and try to move them to those IDP camps. not a United States of Biafra. We will protect our land. It's a promise. This free new nation of the United States of Biafra has our leader, Zonyendi Namdekano, our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, and my humble self, Dr. Robweze, as the leader in that continuum. Nothing more, nothing less. Anyone walking outside this will be rejected by the Biafra people.
Confirm.
98% of Biafrans have absolute confidence in these three leaders.
Confirm.
So whether you are home, you are abroad, you're planning, you're unplanning, before you even start, we already know where you're going.
Confirm.
The people of Biafra have spoken. No one can move that. No one can change that.
Yeah, go. What
belongs to the people, not by some entities that plan how Biafra is going to be. No way. You don't have choice. We will tell you how we want our land to be programmed, how we want our land to be formulated, how we want to live. I lead that course with the United States of Biafra cabinet members, no other person. And in homeland, we have the United States of Biafra Defense, we have the United States of Biafra Liberation Army, we have the United States of Biafra Navy and Air Force, and the United States of Biafra Police. Anything outside this will be rejected.
Not fake, man. Anything outside USB not fake. Anything outside USB not fake.
So we thank all our allies. We thank those working behind the scene to ensure that Biafra Christians does not continue to be murdered by the Nigerian state. When I hear some of their riffraffs on social media, so we are an independent nation, America, you cannot do this. No, ignorance. Being an independent nation does not give you the power to continue to murder thousands of Christians every day. And you think the world will keep quiet. No, that's not how it works. And we will see how this is going to end. We will see how those reintegrated terrorists that are in the Nigerian military and defense, we will see how it's going to end. And I'm telling you, most indigenous Nigerians, you don't see them in the Nigerian military and police. Nigeria does not have anyone. They don't have nothing. The real soldiers and armies of Nigeria, they've all left. They don't have anything in their defense. So this noise they make on the social media, no one should pay attention to that. Most indigenous Nigerians are not in the Nigerian military or police or defense. That I can assure you. Many of them have resigned en masse. They resigned en masse because they cannot continue to work with reintegrated terrorists who shoot them from the back when they go on missions. We have history. We have live proof where people that have attempted to attack Boko Haram, attack the terrorists, we are killed by the Nigerian state. Courtesy of Tinubu, Christopher Musa, and others. That's what they do. That is why you don't see no real soldier in Nigerian army. So all that noise they make, we are an independent nation, we are a sovereign state, you cannot, they have nothing. Nigeria is gone, I'm telling you. They have nothing. That is why we will show Soludo in Biafra land between now and the next 2 days that he cannot criminally, forcefully invade a sovereign nation and conduct an election there. No, that will not happen. And those of you that are moving from places to places, carrying those fake ballot boxes in Biafra land, you must stop. You must stop what you're doing immediately. Do not be used by the Nigerian state tomorrow. They will bring you out, they will kill you, and they will say that it is the United States of Biafra or unknown people. They will kill you. The Nigerian government will kill you because the terrorists that are in Nigerian military, the terrorists that they recruited in the Nigerian military and police, they don't like you. They don't like you as a Biafran. So they will kill you. And that's the end of you. No matter how much they pay you, even if the INEC gave you 100 million, do not be involved in Anambra State election tomorrow, or the Anambra State, because we have done our election. All Biafran people have vowed, over 98% of Biafrans have vowed they will sit at home tomorrow. From 10 p.m. tonight to 7 p.m. tomorrow, no Biafra, no ants, no animal will move in Biafra land. It's a promise. The people have spoken. Do not be used. Do not be a scapegoat. Those of you that moved from Enugu to Oka, to the Oka government house, do not become the scapegoat. Go back to your homes immediately. Leave those ballot boxes for Soludo and Nigerian Tinubu. Leave those ballot boxes and go back to your homes, because they will kill you. And they will say that it's the United States of Biafra people. Go home. Do not betray your people. We already completed our election. We already have our 3 governors whom you are going to hear speak here today. We already do that. You cannot come and conduct an illegal. What you are doing or what you are planning now is illegal. There is no court of law where you're going to win the United States of Biafra cabinet or government. No. No court of law. Anything, any election conducted under the Nigerian state is illegal. It's illegal. It cannot stand. And remember, we are both at the international court and in the local courts. Don't make a caricature of yourself. Soludo, you cannot organize an illegal, forceful election in Biafra territory, because we are a sovereign state. We met all the criteria. We declared our independence. You cannot come into Biafra land to conduct an illegal election.
Never.
No matter, if you like, you bring 1 billion helicopters, 1 billion war vans, you cannot do that in Biafra. Apart from the Biafran people are going to sit at home tomorrow, complete, you're going to see what we call 100% compliance among Biafrans.
Oh, good.
Apart from that, which the people have decided to do. The other part is that you are doing something that is illegal.
They thought we they play before now. Actually, I didn't play before. No.
It is illegal.
Oh, up USB.
People have spoken. You saw our declaration document. You saw when thousands of Biafrans happily assembled in Finland to declare our independence. Old Anambra State is part of Biafra territory. You are doing what you are doing because you and Tinubu, you want to continue the killing of Biafran Christians. You want to continue milking our natural resources. You want to continue the colonization of Anambra State. That will not happen. You're not going to continue doing that. And I'm telling Biafrans, Soludo, Tinubu, and Co, they are less than 1% of them that is conducting this criminality in Anambra State. Less than 1% of them. And tomorrow you will see what I'm telling you. Biafrans tomorrow will show Soludo that the United States of Biafra and Biafran people owns Anambra State, the old Anambra State. The governors there are already functioning. They're already recruiting thousands of Biafrans that are going to work in different offices. They have the commissioners already set up. More importantly, we have our defense on ground, 247. So I want to use this opportunity to let the world know that Nigeria, Soludo, and his partners are criminally plotting to conduct election in Biafra land, Old Anambra State, tomorrow. But that will not happen. Because Biafrans have spoken, we must defend our land. We will defend our people. We will defend our land from foreign invaders. Nigeria is currently occupying a foreign land, which is the Biafra land. Many citizens, many indigenous Nigerians and Biafrans have called on Tinubu and Christopher Musa and their cohorts to withdraw. I know they've changed, they've changed Christopher Musa, but I'll continue to call him because he is part of this evil.
Yes.
He cannot plant this evil and just decide to go. No, it doesn't work like that. Because if you was an honest man, a man of integrity, you would have respected the wishes of Simon Ekpa to let his people go. But no, rather than do that, you and Tinubu, you engage in the massacre of innocent Biafrans, the massacre in Obibo, the massacre in Bo Junction, the massacre in Headbridge Junction, the massacre in Ehamufu, the massacre in Aba, the massacre in Nnamdi Kanu's house, the massacre in Niger Delta, all these massacres, the destruction of the lives and properties of Biafrans in Lagos State after the Tinubu's election, when they did not vote for Tinubu, the houses that were burnt, the businesses were burnt, the Biafrans that were killed. The ones that were killed this morning, the ones that were killed yesterday, I have all that. I've had enough. Biafrans have seen enough. We've spoken enough. We've cried enough. Not anymore. We cannot continue to allow you to kill us. The burning of our homes, our mothers and fathers' homes, the destruction of our economic needs, by destroying our farms, destroying our homes, destroying our businesses, burning our businesses, just a crime to be a Nigerian. Many things can just kill you. We saw today innocent Biafran that was murdered by Tinubu and Soludo's agent. And they employ these terrorists like Ebubago, Udogachi, Ndiakodo, all these people. They kill indigenous Biafrans who dare to raise their voice, who dare to say, I do not want to live in a country where you all bring these terrorists to invade our land. That is their only crime. Thousands of innocent Biafrans are languishing in different jails, in different cells across Nigeria, in Biafra land. They've not committed any crime. Luckily, we are bailing some of them out with the little fundraising we are doing. Many of them are coming out. But they've not committed any crime. The only crime they've committed, they want to be Biafrans. They want to have their own country. They do not want to live with reintegrated terrorists brought in by the Nigerian state. That is their only crime. Tinubu and Christopher Musa orders them. Once you say you are a Biafran, I am a Biafran. I am an indigenous people of Biafra. Once you say you are a Biafran, Tinubu orders them to lock you up, label you terrorist, freeze your bank accounts for nothing. No crime. No crime. Thousands of Biafran breadwinners are locked up in different jails across Nigeria today by Christopher Musa, Tino, and Soludo, Usodima, Oti, all these delegitimized governors. They lock them up without trial. Some of them have been detained for over 2, 3, 4 years without trial. Their family members cannot see them. President Trump, please want this Tinubu to release all innocent Biafrans, Christians that have been locked up in different jails across Nigeria. He must do that. He has no reason to lock them up. They've not committed any crime. They've not committed any crime. He orders the DSS to lock them up for nothing. How many are going to be locked up? Or they think that by locking them up, many of them were going to stop. It's going to be more deadly. Nigeria must leave Biafra land, I promise you. From tomorrow, Soludo, you will see that Biafrans are made of external stuff. No single Biafran will be seen on the tomorrow. You will see, I'm going to show you that Biafrans have rejected anything Nigerian. Put them on the promise. And I want to encourage all to move in and take over our first occupied state, which is the state of the old Anambra state, because they must leave our land. If they don't leave tomorrow, they will leave in the next few weeks or months. It's a promise. They will leave Biafra land. It is our land. We are the owners of the land. The United States of Biafra will continue every citizen, regardless of your gender, your religion, your culture, your ethnicity. We will continue to respect that. As long as you follow and you respect the Constitution of the United States of Biafra, you're not going to have a problem with our beautiful nation. So that is the major thing I want to present to the world today and to Biafrans today. Tomorrow is complete shutdown. Sit at home. It's not just locking up your shops. It's not just closing your offices. It is total lockdown. You cannot come out. You cannot participate in any election to legitimize an illegal system, an illegal government. Remember, Soludo and Tinubu, these political parties they want to use tomorrow in Biafra land has been declared as a terrorist organization by a Canadian court. So you coming out to even participate in anything like that, you are participating in a criminal terrorist act. Because all the political parties under Nigeria, whether it's ABGA, whether it's Labour Party, whether it's APC, whether it's all of them, because these indigenes, these people there, they've participated as members of those parties at one point or the other. So it is all in the same boat. They are terrorist organizations. And we will use those legal documents to ensure that if you attempt to participate in any election in the old Anambra state tomorrow, legally, both home and abroad, we will make sure we disqualify anything that you are going to do. It's a promise. It's a promise. Dear friends, those of you that mounted the cameras at those locations where these criminals are planning to conduct those elections, we want you to monitor those cameras from 7 a.m. tomorrow to 7 p.m. and send those videos and pictures to info@unitedstatesofbiafra.org. info@unitedstatesofbiafra.org. Monitor them. The polling centers, we've circulated those polling centers that was distributed by the delegitimized INEC, which Soludo and co are going to be using. We know they don't vote. We know they don't use those precincts. They just throw out those things to confuse those that don't know them. We know that system, how it works. But those of you that have these locations, these polling centers near your homes, near your mother's house, your father's house, everywhere, make sure you mount those little cameras and monitor that location from morning 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and send the videos to our intelligence department at info@unitedstatesofbiafra.org. Because I promise you, there'll be no election in those areas. But Tinubu and Soludo, they will give you election result of 5 million people in that place. Because we know that's how they roll. So study those polling centers and make sure you monitor those polling centers. Even if you don't mount the cameras, those centers are near your homes, near your grandmother's house, near your grandfather's. Move to those places. Every now and then, just go time your camera, take the pictures, and send that to the email that we send. The danger of the Nigerian state is that they've planned to import the Fulanese into Biafra land to participate in those elections. And we are warning them, do not come out. They will kill you. And they will say that it's the United States of Biafra government or innocent Biafrans. But what the United States of Biafra defense will not allow is for Soludo and co to force innocent Biafrans to come out. Because that's what they do. They use these reintegrated terrorists, the police and army. They go to people's home and force them to come out to vote. That is where we are going to tell them they can't do that tomorrow. Is a promise. Allow Biafrans to rest in their homes tomorrow. Allow them to have their peace of mind. You need to leave Biafra land. You are no longer welcome. Nothing Nigeria is welcome in Biafra land. So on that note, I think that is all I have at this point. From the, we have cabinet members. I thank all the United States of Biafra government, cabinet members, the 40 state governors that have been working around the scene to make sure that this government is one of the best in the world. And we are making it, we are doing it. Just when people think, when they think the enemies, the agents of the Nigerian state, when they keep thinking, oh, how can they do that? They can't do that. We do it times 100. Successfully. When they think, oh, how can they conduct? It's an online government. Oh, they call us online government. But I believe many of you, if you didn't hear, you've seen thousands of Biafrans that voted during a recently concluded election. Thousands of Biafrans have voted. These are the owners of the land. Those people, even some of us, I was thinking, we are going to get more online voting. We were shocked when we saw more thousands of votes from the physical vote in Biafra land without any chaos. We were shocked. We broke history. Biafrans, you should be very proud of yourself. We made history. When the agents of the Nigerian state, agents of Soludo, agents of Tinubu and co, when they think that we can't, how can they do it? They were shocked. They were mesmerized. They couldn't talk. Did you see any of them talk about our election results anymore? Unlike how they were talking about it before.
Shut up.
We are looking for the faces of the governors, right? Oh, the governors have no faces. The people have no faces. Where are they? That was what they were saying when we started, when we scheduled our election. They were saying, oh, fake people. They we are talking, right? But during the process of our election, during the votings in the 3 states, when thousands of Biafrans trooped out, we couldn't even capture so many places with the limited resources we have. They could not talk again. Shame on them. Where are they? Those that think that Biafrans, we could not conduct a peaceful election in our land, in homeland. Shame on you. Are you not talking again? Why are you not talking and making noise anymore? You said we are online government, right? They are USB charger government, right? Can you say that again? That all the faces of the governors was AI generated. And you saw these governors campaigning from one market in homeland to the other, from one school to the other, from one church to the other. They were everywhere. They were everywhere in Biafra land. Never, never, ever done before. Fearless. Fearless Biafrans have taken over their land. Fearless. They were waiting for the Nigerian agents and they all ran away. They were campaigning. They were moving. They were talking to Biafrans. They were sending out flyers. They were posting flyers everywhere. Didn't it surprise some of you? Most of the flyers are still standing now. Unlike in the past, when Nigeria State tells them to go and kill them. When you see them pasting the posters, go and kill them. What is holding you people? Because the United States of Biafra defense is fully fortified. I am telling you, some of you, you do not have a clue what is coming. You don't have a clue of what this new young nation, you have no clue how strong we are. You have no clue. I'm telling you. You have no clue. Those of you that have been bribed by the Nigerian state, you think it's business as usual. No, no more. That tactics that the Fulanese used to use in the past 100 years, we are part of that. We know. We mingle with all of them. We know what it means. We know how they roll. So those of you shameless Biafrans that we are thinking, oh, the United States of Biafra could not conduct their elections. We've done that successfully. Where are you? You're hiding, right? You're hiding in shame. Why don't you talk about it again? You can't talk about it because what you don't know is bigger than you. So on that note, I thank everyone from if there's anything, any cabinet members who want to take the Biafrans, and then Christopher, the governors won the elections. When it is time, if they can make 1 or 2 minutes speech to Biafrans, and then we're going to go ahead and take a few questions. Thank you so much, Biafrans.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Can I go ahead?
Yes, Family, go ahead, please.
Powerful delivery.
Greetings, and it's good evening from my location to the cabinet, honorable cabinet members, to Biafrans, to the governors, to our angels, to those that work day and night behind the scene to make this government of the United States of Biafra to be what it is. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you, Her Excellency. I don't even know how to thank you. So much courage, so much strength with the wisdom that you have. And nothing is ever going to pull you down, because there are certain things that are not really worthy of being recognized. So there's no way they can pull you down. We are crabs. When people want to fall, they want to hold somebody to pull that person down. The pull down syndrome is just so much. But you know what? You're only going to pull down yourself. It's not everybody that you can pull down. We're here to save our people, And that's what we are doing, and that's what we must do. So if that's not on your own plate, it does not matter what you do. You cannot pull us down. Here we are on the eve of this illegal, evil, schemish election by the terrorist Nigerian government. We will just sit and watch them kill themselves as usual tomorrow, because the leopard never sheds its spots. Ha ga-egosirịrị ihe ha ji bụrụ mgbe ihe a na-akpọ ha. And they are trying so hard, trying so hard to unmake what they have already made, what everybody by, to tell people that a terrorist state. They have seen proofs. And they're trying to hold people, do not talk. No. Go on, go. You can't put back your soap. Undone. And here we are, we've shown them how to conduct election. Ours was completed and concluded with transparency, clarity, and something that they have never witnessed before. He said, go to the ants and learn to be wise. I hope they will cover their shame and then try to put in practice our own method of electoral democracy. The world has it on record that we, the people of Igbo ancestry, are the first to practice democracy. And then when they joined us with these wanderers that we don't have anything in common with them, now we are slaves. We are going back to our original electoral or democratic practice. We are going back there. As na egwu nwata ma agba makwa na egwu nwaanyị na ma agba, it doesn't matter at what age. It is in our blood. Democratic process is in the blood of all Igbo ancestry. So let's see what they will do tomorrow. No matter what they do, they're going to kill themselves. And we just sit and watch them. Anyway, no true Biafran blood will come out there to vote tomorrow. If you come out there for anything, that means you've really accepted that you are going to be alive forever. It shouldn't be like that. That which our great-grandparents have been fighting for, looking forward to us, we got it. Now we have to protect it. It's Only a prodigal child or son is the one that's going to wait for the parents or the dead parents or somebody else to come and tell you what you're supposed to do when someone that has no business coming into your house comes around. You're not going to wait for your father or your mother to tell you what to do. On such a ship we are at this moment. Those of you claiming you don't know and then excuses, and you are embracing the one that is persecuting you. Does it make sense? It doesn't make any sense. And then you help them to give you excuses that are worthless, that shouldn't even be said. Oh, they kill everybody. They kill people here and they kill people there. It's everywhere. No tribe has ever experienced what we of Igbo ancestry have experienced. No one. And if they do, they will not survive it. We have a survival gene. And with that gene, we are already home. Let them make a fool of themselves tomorrow. Whoever comes out there, I tell you, your parents or your ancestors in their graves that have cried for today, and you will really have no excuse. Biafra, stay in your homes. Stay in your home. And let's see what they will do. Who are they going to govern? Chickens and dogs and rats and grasshoppers or what?
CPCs.
Yes. Who are they going to govern? We've made it. We've made history. And Biafra is here. What remains is your own part. It's not what somebody else can do for you. What you can do for yourself, for your people, and for your country. This is it. I must say, I must thank President Trump for doing what is done at this moment. I call it, this is the propitious hour. Everything is working together. Everything is working together. We are home. And, you know, it just amazes me a lot of times when these people say, farmers, herders clash. How can I stay in my home, in my compound, in my farm, and then somebody with machete and then AK-47 and other automatic weapons or rifles will just come to kill me, and then someone is giving an excuse that it is farmers, herders clash, somebody in the church, and they just come in there to kill everybody, and then you call it farmers, herders clash. No matter what the terrorist government and their governors, their senators, their presidents do this time, this is it. And I'd like to thank everyone and all the friends that are really encouraging us and supporting us. We say thank you. May your days be long. For this freedom is what the United States have, other countries have. I'm here in the United States, and then I'm here saying my mind. All the things we have learned, all of us in the diaspora, our prime minister says that he's going to bring what he learned out here. We are all bringing what we learned. And one of them is what we showed you on Tuesday on that election day. And you know, more are coming. Thank you all. I yield my mic.
Thank you so much, Famdi. And at this point, I'm going to call on Khadija, if she's available here to talk to the Hausa community in Biafra land that this criminal Soludo and Tinubu and co uses to confuse people, create problem, innocent indigenous Hausa citizens that are in Biafra land. I want her to come in and speak to them, but in English, and speak to them in the language they understand, telling them not to come out tomorrow because the Nigerian government will kill them. The Nigerian state will kill them, and then label it to other people. So Honorable Christopher, Kadisha, you can go ahead and raise your hand, or you can just go ahead and talk, please.
Yes, Khadija, please unmute your mic and speak with us. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, my distinguished leaders.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, my distinguished leaders.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Angel. Welcome.
First statement from the Honorable Office Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra, Dr. Ngozi Arabwezi. I am delighted to inform our Hausa community supporters and the entire residents of Old Anambra State that we are extremely warning. No one should ever think of going out for a vote tomorrow, 8 November. Therefore, whoever goes out, whatever happens to him or her, is not our responsibility. Therefore, we are advising our Hausa community to stay indoors, stay safe. Thank you. Now in Hausa version, sanarwa manema labaru ta ƙungiyar mata da matasa da ke arewacin Najeriya. Ina mai farin cikin sanar da duk 'yan asalin Hausa da ke zaune a tsohuwar Anambra cewa ranar 8 ga watan Nuwamba, kada wani ya yadda ya fita gobe ranar 8 ga wata. Zaɓen gwamnatin Najeriya da ta shirya ƙarƙashin jagorancin Soludo, Kotun Canada ta ayyana jam'iyyun 'yan siyasa a Najeriya a matsayin ƙungiyoyin 'yan ta'adda. Zaɓen da aka amince da shi, wanda United States of Biafra ta shirya, wanda za a yi ranar 4 ga watan Nuwamba. Biafra ta samu amincewa magoya bayanta a matsayin ƙasa ranar 29 ga watan Nuwamba 2024 a Latin da ke ƙasar Finland. I congratulate United States of Biafra for the successful election on 4th November, and also want to congratulate the governor-elects. I'm wishing you successful tenure in office. Thank you.
My goodness.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Biafrans. And Khadija, thank you so much. Biafrans are so proud of you. And I keep saying the United States of Biafra is a country where we will breed the best of the best, where everyone we have peace of mind. No terrorist will be allowed to go free in any state of Biafra land. And for the Nigerian agents that call themselves Biafrans, that keep deceiving themselves, oh, she is in the north. Oh, she's from Ongwausa. Oh, she's, again, I tell them, those of you that know when our able, noble Prime Minister used to post the little Hausa girl, Khadija, on his platform, that is the young girl that is talking to us right now. Some of you don't know. So when the people that want to be deceiving themselves, using Biafra to commit all manner of evils, try to divide us, try to create problem where there is none, try to label people what they are not. Always remember that young girls like Khadija has stood with our Prime Minister over the years. The family has stood with our Prime Minister over the years, supporting Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, supporting Simon Ekpa, and supporting the United States of Biafra in whatever they do. So when you have Ndio Kenyan warfare that are trying to deceive their mothers and fathers, telling you, oh, Hausa is bad, this one is bad, tell them they are the ones that are bad. Because what they don't appreciate, our new nation, we've declared that some of them do not appreciate. Some of them are lying their ways everywhere. Little, young, able-bodied men and women from the Hausa population, indigenous Nigerians, are appreciating and every day calling and making sure that Tinubu will do the terrorists in Biafra land. So who are you going to take? Those that pretend that they are Biafrans or Igbos, lying their way everywhere, or the young indigenous, young Hausa and women that are every second propagating the independence and the freedom of Biafra. Who are you going to take? They call themselves Biafrans, but they keep killing each other. They keep destroying each other. They keep pretending that they want Biafra, while all they want is using Biafra as business. Not anymore.
Yes.
Not anymore. Their crime will increase.
God.
It will increase. So if our Prime Minister can appreciate people like Khadija, who has just spoken to the Hausa community in the old Anambra state, warning them, do not come out. If you come out, whatever happens to you, you're on your own. If she can say something like that, to encourage, to make sure that our nation stands strong, and then you have the criminals parading as freedom fighters, deceiving themselves everywhere, trying to garner empathy, undue empathy, pretending to be freedom fighters, while they are secretly working with Tinubu and Christopher Musa to ensure that Biafra does not come. They did that during the Wasulike's time, when they sold him off. They did that during Onyendu's time, when they sold him off. They did this in our PM Simon Ekpa's time. All of us saw the recent disgrace they made of themselves, the criminally minded people that some of you thought they were following Simon Ekpa, looking for freedom, not knowing that they are green snake under green grass, pretending to be following our Prime Minister, to be looking for Biafra. Meanwhile, they are agents of the Nigerian state, planted to ensure that Biafra never came. That is why people that work with them, like all these Elias, Aman Global, all these people, they have nothing, absolutely, to contribute to the freedom of the genuine Biafran people. And I want them to stop. I tell them to stop. They have no place in Biafra land. The Biafra people have rejected them. They cannot. Anything they are doing is not for genuine Biafrans. Thank you so much, Khadija. And on that note, we'll go back to Christopher. If we have the governors that won the elections, I wanted to talk to us 1 or 2 minutes. We're going to take that. And then after that, we're going to take a few questions. And then that will be it. Do we have,
thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you, Sister Khadija. Thank you, Honorable Farm Diane. Honorable Governors, could you kindly, indicate by raising up your hands so we can get you to unmute your mics? If the governors can hear me, would appreciate if you just, raise your hands. Yes, okay. I can see Stephanie. DPM, do you know this name, Stephanie?
Stephanie K.
Okay, let's see. I can see the governor of Ikemba State. Okay.
Okay.
Governor of Ikemba State, just give me a minute. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, he unmuted himself.
So we are pleased to see the governor.
Yes, Governor of Ikemba State, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you because your mic is actually not muted. And could you kindly speak with us? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. You can talk now, can you?
It looks like he's having difficulty with network.
all right. We'll wait.
Yes,
for,
I can see DPM. I can see Honorable Azuka. Do you want the deputy to speak? Honorable
yeah, any
Azuka,
of them can talk. Any of the governors or deputies that won the election, please go ahead and talk. If you can talk, go ahead and talk. You just unmute them. Yeah.
Okay, Governor of Ikemba State is unmuted again now, but we can't hear him.
Okay, while we're waiting.
Okay, Honorable Dominion, please go ahead.
Good evening, my wonderful people of Biafra. Good evening to my president, His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukano. Good evening to my Prime Minister, His Excellency Mazi Simon Ebanjoko. Good evening to our able, wonderful, God-given Prime Minister, the Esther and the Deborahs of time, the woman that God used to give birth to this wonderful nation, Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. Good evening to all the secretaries. Good evening to
No,
all.
please mute yourself. Do not interrupt. Honorable Christopher, please, can you? Thank you.
Good evening to all the excellencies, all protocol observed. My name remains Honorable Dominion, the Deputy Governor of Ikemba State. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Almighty Chukwukabiama for making it possible for our election, the best election so far since the creation of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. We have never witnessed this kind of election, but God have used our Deputy Prime Minister to show Nigerian and the whole world that black nations can be able to conduct free and fair election where militaries and ballot balls were not snatched, where everything moves smoothly without harassment and without danger. We want to thank God for that. My fellow Biafrans, our election has come and gone. Governors and deputy governors has been elected. And because of this, we have now telling the whole world that there will be no any longer election that will be tolerated or accepted. The whole Biafrans have spoken with one voice that they don't want any other election than the one that has been conducted by United States of Biafra. And that is why, even in Ikemba State, where I am the deputy, it has been confirmed by the reporter on ground, people that have come to check what is happening. They are saying that nobody and nothing like because people have decided to be at home.
Yes.
And the Soludo, we are the governor of Anambra State, Mazi Soludo, or whatever be his name, Charles, have now gone to all the other parts of the zoo, bringing all the terrorists in trucks. It matters me that if you go down to old Anambra State, you'll be asking yourself, is this a preparation for election or a preparation for war? Because everywhere now is full of trucks, armor tank, and all terrorists in different forms. Particularly if you go to Nibo, where I come from for election. Some of my people who is on ground with me, I know that hospital now is being used because I've been used since 3 days ago. When you go there, and they will give you 5,000 naira, you will on print. The election, that is what they are doing in that hospital. Soludo and his agent are there doing the election already. 6 days or 4 days ago. Some of my people went there also. In order for them to verify what we are saying. So my senior sister that is, saying that is a lie. She went there and came out and said that is to maternity.
We need those recordings.
But that is where they started doing the election.
We need the videos and the recordings, Dominion, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
Maternity,
please, ma'am. The maternity at Nibo along Oyenwochichi Road. Yes, but now they are not. It's a big hospital that is innovated by Charles Soludo. I said that it's now a general hospital. But now that place is a place they have used to rig all their elections. Even today, some of the ballot boxes have been shifted into that hospital as I'm talking to you this evening. And the military personnel full that places now because they want to use it for one thing or the other. Are we talking about the hotels that is along that the same road? That is the place that some of their officials and the military men everywhere is full of militaries. Different kinds of video is also on ground for us to see. So my wonderful people, the zoo is not preparing for election, any election at all. But they are preparing to wipe away our people by tomorrow. If anybody comes out, you will die. And if you that nobody came out, their plans is that they will now begin to enter from villages to villages as they normally used to do and massacre people, crash. But we know that we Biafrans, we are ready to withstand them, and the Biafran military are ready on ground to protect our people from this, murderous and evil entity called Nigerian Terrorist Army. My fellow Biafrans, tomorrow morning, all the Ikemba citizens, Your deputy governor is now speaking.
Good job. Thank you.
Stay at home. Obey the voice of our deputy prime minister and the United States our people will protect you and not in every deputy prime minister.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Well
I rest
said.
my case.
Well
So
said.
much. Thank you. Thank you, our able deputy governor for the state of Ikemba, Honorable Dominion. Let us go to the governor of Ikemba State. If you can unmute yourself right now, go ahead and talk.
Good evening. Can I be heard? Okay, it's on. Good evening, my Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Good evening. Welcome. Good.
Nekane,
Good.
the mother of our great nation.
The able
Thank you
governor,
so much.
Excellency. Welcome.
History has been made. And for that, I want to return all glory to Chukwu Okike Abiama, because he is the one that made everything possible, that we are able to say now, we are now elected, not more appointed. It can only be God. God bless you, ma. God bless you for what you do. I want to just use this media to remember our president, MNK, Ohamadike Owanine, the man that is where he is because of us, the man that I've been fighting for how many years now to make sure that we are free. I just want to promise him that that which is sick, we have gotten. He should not worry that we are coming for him. Nothing will happen to him. He will live to celebrate with us because Biafra is here. I want to use this opportunity also to remember our PM, His Excellency ESN, the good guy itself, the ambassador of peace, the man that answered his father's call. And because of us, he is where he is today. He told the father, I will never deviate, and that which is maintained. I just want to tell him that he should not worry but that which he is sick, we have gotten. We are coming for him. Nothing will happen to him. Yes. I want to remember again, Nekane, the mother of my great nation. It will be well with you, ma. You have made us proud. Because of you, I'm proud to say I'm elected governor of state of Ikemba because of all you do. You have been receiving all the bad boosts for our sake. I'm so much happy that God make you to be a cat with 9 lives. It's not an easy job, but I thank you for your life, for that strength he has granted you, for the wisdom, for the knowledge, for everything imparted in you. Thank you so much, ma. God bless you. Rebane Manda, we are with you, ma. I want to use this opportunity also to remember all the cabinet members, all the secretaries, those that work day and night to make sure that everything is moving the way it is today. The genuine ones, God bless you all. I will never forget to remember the electoral committees, those that stood by us day and night to make sure that this election comes to pass. Honorable Uche, Honorable Christopher, Honorable Mouthpiece, Honorable Olo, Honorable Ferdinand, and the two elected, and the two election committees of the 3 states in Old Anambra State. You people are so wonderful.
This meeting is being recorded.
You are. You don't take no for an answer. Even when the bombs are coming from look and crying of the world, you're always there in the platform to set things straight. You are so wonderful. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. I'm also remembering all my executives in the state of Ikemba. I've seen all you people are doing. You are too wonderful. I don't know what I would have done without any of you. You are so good. God bless you all for all you do. The way the election went, there was no any issue. Everything was provided. It can only be God. Thank you all so much for all you have done and the one you are going to do in future, you are blessed. My thanks also go to my family, especially my husband who stood by me, encouraging me, directing me, advising me, even through prayer, telling me continue, nothing will happen. And today, the history has been made. You are so wonderful. Thank you so much. You are a darling. Biafrans, what am I saying? The first ever election in United States of Biafra has come and gone. It is done and dusted. There is not going to be any other election in old Anambra State. Any other election is counterfeit.
Yes.
Whosoever that is planning any election is doing that to his own detriment, because election has come and gone. So right now, I'm telling Soludo to pack his load and luggages and leave Ikemba, state of Ikemba. I don't want to tell him where to go. He has the right to move anywhere he wishes to move. But my own is that state of Ikemba must be protected at all costs.
That's good.
And at this moment, I'm calling all citizens of state of Ikemba, both home and abroad. You people are wonderful. Through your support, through your encouragement, I don't know, I don't want to start measuring them because the names are so cumbersome. You are so wonderful. Thank you people all so well for all what you do. Thank you for what you are still doing. Thank you for what you will do tomorrow. You people are wonderful. Please, Ikemba State is the strength of the nation. One person cannot do it alone. We need to collaborate together. Let's leave our differences. We need to disagree to agree. Let's bring our values to work. All hands must be on deck. Please, let's come together and build our state. And also, I will not let the trust placed in me by the United States of Biafran government and the state of Ikemba to go in vain. I know this work is not an easy one. Yeah, it's not an easy one. But together, we'll make a difference. Together, we will move mountains. Thank you all so much. And also thank you to my general, all the state of Ikemba army that have been there protecting our land day and night, sacrificing everything they have to make sure that our state is well protected. God bless you all. God bless our general. God bless 40 states of United States of Biafra. You people are wonderful. Thank you all so much. Long live United States of Biafra. Long live state of Ikemba. Long live NNK, our president. Long live ESN, our prime minister. Long live DNO, our deputy prime minister. Airborne. Removed. Thank you so much.
Wow. So. Thank you so very much, our able governor of the state of Ikemba. You did it. We are so proud of you. The cabinet members and the people of the United States of Biafra, we are very, very proud of you and your deputy governor for standing strong, standing with your people, moving from market to market, from church to church, from school to school, campaigning within the short period and the limited resources your state had. You did excellently well. I am very, very proud of what you and your team did in the state of Ikemba, honestly. It drove many people to tears. When I say that what we are witnessing is history, some people may not know. Sometimes it's not just about the power of the gun. And that is what the people of Ikemba is going to show Soludo tomorrow. It's not just about the power of the gun. You see those houses and those Fulanese, not even houses, those Fulanese you imported in Dangote truck. they will bow down to the United States of Biafra. They will bow down to the government of the Ikembe state or the Mebu and Omambala state. It's a promise. It's a promise. This game Soludo is playing is what they have been playing with the Nigerian terrorists for the past 100 years, when they keep deceiving people that they are conducting election. Meanwhile, it's selection. That is what they've always done. Nothing like election. The bloodshed is always too much. But Biafrans, from the state of Ikemba, your governor has spoken. She has assured you you'll be safe if you stay at home. You better listen to her, I'm telling you. You better listen to her. She don't play. She don't joke, I'm telling you. These are the crop of Biafrans that have stepped up. They've stepped up the game to the level where the sister nation of Nigerian citizens, they marvel, they baffle, they keep wondering, how did this happen? Because we have men and women, gentlemen without fear, who knows that they cannot leave this battle to their children or grandchildren. They are stepping up by the second, by the minute, to confront that which they know is not good for them. Nigeria is not good for Biafra people. It's not good for anyone. The ex-Nigeria, I think one of the honorables from NATO that calls it ex-Nigeria. That's exactly what it is. Whether you believe it or not, it's ex-Nigeria. I saw the African Union, AUC, writing nonsense. You stand with Nigeria. We will show you that the liberation, the freedom of our people does not belong or cannot be determined by an organization that is being manipulated by the terrorist state of Nigeria. A country that has been designated as a country of particular concern. So you, African Union, coming out to say you stand by Nigeria, shame on you. You know what you're doing. Bankole and Co. You all know what you all bribed your way into the leadership of African Union. That's why you can spill that trash in the public with the thousands of citizens of indigenous Christians that are being murdered every single day. You don't care about that. All you worry about is the oil that the Nigerian state and the crops they drop for people like you. That's all you're interested in. But you know what? Your time is up. Leave what you're supposed to be doing. It don't matter. African Union, you can go and put your headquarters inside the Tinubu's house. You will go down. No one associates with Nigeria and goes free. They will drag you down, just like they've dragged Finland down. They tried to drag Kenya, but thank God, the Kenyan government realized the mistake immediately, and made amends. Finland, we expect you to do that immediately. So African Union, if you decide to romance the terrorist state of Nigeria, the world will show you that your organization, you cannot continue to spill the innocent blood of Christians and Biafrans because of the bribery you receive from Nigerian state. No, you cannot. So thank you so much, Your Excellency, the governor of the state of Ikemba. I am very, very happy. Biafrans are very happy. The world, they witnessed the most peaceful election, just like you said, for the past 100 years since Nigeria was created. And then since we exited from Nigeria, an election that will go down in history as the most peaceful election by determined Biafrans that came out in their thousands publicly to vote, cast their election and go home. That is, on what they say, I'm telling you, legally, we will drag Nigeria to the mud. It's already happening. So thank you so much. Let's go to the other. We have the governor of the other, Odumegwu State Governor, Honorable Azoka, the deputy governor. Go ahead, and then if I see your governor, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Excellency.
Good evening. Welcome.
Special people of Biafra. Greetings to the cabinet of the USB and its staff. My names remain Honorable Azuka Okonkwo. I am the Deputy Governor of Odumegwu State. I'm gathered tonight to express my sincere gratitude to the people of Biafra. We thank God for the successful election. We thank God for the cabinet members and electoral teams. We thank God for the cabinet of USB. God bless everybody. It is wonderful. I'm a man of few words. I believe in action. My own, we say, may God bless everybody.
Thank you.
It is well.
Thank
it is well.
Thank you.
We are moving to the promised land. We are already there. I want to use this medium to thank the people of Odumegwu State and also to pass my message to them that come tomorrow, stay indoor.
Yes.
For your own good. Because the ghosts that owns the land want to walk tomorrow. For your own good. We love you. I will want to see you alive. I will want to see you succeed in whatever you are doing. For that purpose, stay indoor. So that the illegal election that they are prepared to hold tomorrow will be useless before then. We got an intel that on the 4th, while we were doing our election, there are some group of people who were doing their own election for Soludo at Ihiala County. And if you vote, you complete, they give you 10,000 naira. Imagine you sell your birthright with 10,000 naira. Woe to any person that do that. You say that we conduct election without bribing and corruption. That is to tell you the level of our transparency. Keep it up, and that will lead us to the new dawn. I have no much to say than to say thank you to every person that believes in Biafra. We are the members of the United States of Biafra. It has been declared, and already we are on it. We started with this election just to make you know that we own the land. And every illegal election, illegal instruction from these criminals will no longer exist anymore in our land. Just watch them see collapse. They will run like fly, and they will run into the lagoon, and so shall it be. God bless the United States of Biafra. God bless the indigenous people of the land. God bless our cabinet of the USB. God bless Odumegwu State. God bless Ikemba State. God bless Omambala State. God bless everybody that sacrificed themselves for this election. We live long in Jesus' name. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, the able deputy governor. These are prayers. Oh my God. Can you all see what God is doing for this beautiful new nation? Can you see the quality of leaders? Can you see the strength, men and women of integrity?
You're really awesome.
Tested and proven.
You are awesome.
God has
For some
done it for
believers,
us.
telling you,
We will continue to be very, very happy.
God is at work.
Let's go. Do we have the governor? The governor of Odumegwu State, or the governor of Omambala State? Go ahead and talk.
Yes, I can see someone representing Omambala governor. Probably
Okay.
he sent a representative. So please, representing Omambala governor, unmute your microphone and speak. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Okay. You can unmute now. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, he's probably not ready. So Your Excellency, who else did you see?
Is the governor of Odumegwu State.
No, I can see Honorable Azuka. I don't think he has spoken. So that is the deputy.
Both of them are Azuka. What a coincidence. The governor and the deputy, they have the same name. So do we have the governor of the state of Odumegwu here? You can go ahead and talk if you can't raise your hand. Or the deputy governor, go ahead and talk.
Yes, he's probably not ready, Your Excellency, but I can see one of our cabinet members here, Honorable Luki Wunze.
All right. So, Honorable Wunze, go ahead, please.
Greetings, Your Excellency, my Deputy Prime Minister. Greetings, all the members of cabinet. Greetings, Biafrans from around the world. What a day. History has been made. We are all living witnesses. And what a time to be alive, to see history. Today, it's like when Jesus read that portion of scripture in the temple, and he turned around and he said to the people, he said, today the scripture has been fulfilled. That which has been written about Biafra, that which has been written is being fulfilled right in our own eyes. History has been made. We are grateful. We are all smiling, rejoicing. But on the other hand, there is someone that is having bad time. Nigeria, as we know it, has been lying for the past 60 years. They've been pretending that nothing is happening. They lie to the world to hide their heinous and genocidal treatment to the eastern region of Nigeria. They lie their way to the United Nations. They lie their way to Africans. Nigeria is best known by lying. They've been covering up. They say nothing happened. They've been lying through their teeth. Over 3 million people died between 1967 through to 1970. But to Nigeria, that is nothing. They did everything to cover it from the world. They lied to history by eradicating history completely as a subject in Nigeria. And they thought no one will ever see or know the atrocities that they have been committing in that contraption called Nigeria. But the tide has turned. The tide turned when God raised a young man in 2014 who began to expose the evil of the contraption. The young man that becomes the voice of conscience, not just only to the Biafrans and to Nigerians at large, but a voice of conscience to Africa and the world. Just by his voice, he awoken the conscience of many. And Nigeria became uncomfortable to the extent they did everything in 2017 to assassinate and eliminate him in his own father's house. Again, Nigeria lied their way through by branding and tagging him a terrorist and the organization that he represents a terrorist organization. But that lie did not fly because no other nation in the world buy that lie from them. But they sat on it. They sat on that lie to use it to continue their heinous and devastating treatment to Biafrans. Our young people were rounded up when they carried just flag to demonstrate. Demonstration is the right. It's a human right for everyone. Demonstration in anywhere in the world is never be seen as a threat to any nation. But to Nigeria, demonstration is a threat. It's a treasonable offense. And they began to kill our young people, loading them in trucks, throwing them in the rivers, and again, they lie to the world. They continuously lying until the tide begins to turn. And when a prime minister came into scene, he promised that he is going to be the end of Nigeria. And again, they did not take him serious. Nigeria have lied so much that they believe that their lie will shield them from the eyes of the world. Nigeria lied themselves to United Nations, planting people in places. They lied themselves to the White House with President Obama and the successor, Biden. Nigeria lied to the European Union. They lied to countries like China. They've been lying, but the tide has turned. The tide turned when, under able Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, we established Biafra Republic government in exile. Again, they thought it was a child's play. They did not understand the significance of running a government in exile. They thought it was a joke. The Biafra Republic government in exile becomes a child of necessity that begin to establish instruments of governance and self-actualization and the redeclaration of Biafra. They did not understand. They have no clue because they are clueless people. People that are entrenched in lying don't know what truth is. So over time, within a year, the Biafra Republic government established a self-referendum from 2024 through to the 28th of November 2024. We were able to gather over 50 million votes. The tide turned. They did not understand the significance of that. They did not understand the instrument of that our Prime Minister put in place. And he certified everything that was leading towards Lati declaration that was to be from the 29th of November through to the 3rd of December. We went through that. Again, the tide turned when that convention took place. And again, we pulled the rug completely off the feet of the lying Nigeria that actually have a man called Lai Mohammed. That's to show how deep they are in lying, to the point they have to, appoint somebody whose name is Lai to be their the spokesperson. In Lati, 29th of November, history was made because the United States of Biafra was born. The United States of Biafra was declared. And again, the world was still watching what is happening. And we can see where we are today. We can see how the tide has turned. Now Nigeria has been caught up in their lie. They don't know what else to do. Not only that, the United States of Biafra has been declared. United States, they try to scuffle it as usual through their lying. But again, God raised our able Omenka na Hunanya, Dr. Ngozi Oraboeze, who refused to just be another tool in the hand of the liars. But she has actualized every dream that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has ever carried. Every dream that Mazi Simon has ever carried. Every dream that Odumegwu Ojukwu has ever carried. Every dream that over 18 million Biafrans has ever carried. That dream was realized on the 29th of November. Biafra was redeclared. Biafra becomes a state. We have 40 states that made up United States of Biafra. Again, people are still lying. Right now, Nigerians' lie has caught up to them because the world have come to see. And thanks to President Donald Trump, who have actually taken time to see that this Nigeria has been lying through their teeth all their lives. And just by one tweet, one statement, they started panicking. And they have no clue what hit them. And instead, they now begin to say it was the Biafra and diaspora that are actually causing the problem. Well, you should have known earlier than now that we are not joking, that the realization and actualization of Biafra was never a joke. And I am glad that today, Nigeria don't know how to defend herself anymore. The brown carrying envelope journalists, they are trying to put word together how to defend what is happening in Nigeria, what they have never addressed over the years, what they have turned blind eyes, what they have refused to acknowledge. Now everyone is speaking, everyone is talking about the genocidal that is taking place in Nigeria. They plan to annihilate and wipe out Christians all over. And this is what we saw long ago, and we say it will never happen. The Biafra cause is to protect Christians, to protect our identity, and restore our dignity. That is what has happened. So I am overjoyed to see that our first ever election has taken place in the old Anambra State, where we have joyfully elected governors and deputy governors. And this happened with absolute no fracas. There was no biting, backstabbing. There was no ballot hijacking. Everything happened as it should be. That is what Biafra is going to bring to our country. So we are grateful for everyone who play part to make that to happen. And now, Nigeria, get ready because your days are up. Biafra has come. Biafra is here. There is no election. Come today as Anambra start to wake up. I am sure you are listening and you are hearing from your elected governors telling you stay home. The best is yet to come. You know, the best of every building is on the foundation, and that is what United States of Biafra has done. We've been putting structures and nobody noticed. But any moment from now, you're going to see the skyscraper that we are building, because we are at the finishing point. This is the finishing point. My Deputy Prime Minister, once again, thank you for being such an amazing leader for us. And all members of cabinet, for every part each and every one of us have played. I know history will remember us because the tide has turned. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador Ewuns. Oh my goodness, what I mean, such a wonderful, wonderful word of encouragement and a reality. Just like Honorable Ewuns has pointed out, when our Prime Minister came and was putting the Helsinki convention we did in 2023, nobody knew what he was doing. They were like, what are you even going to Finland? How can you bring your nation from another man's country? It's an online country. So, the majority of these ones saying these are the so-called Biafrans that are paid by the Nigerian state and the legitimized governors to make sure that what we want does not come. And remember, these politicians, what are they fighting for? They are fighting to maintain their political positions. That's what they are fighting for. That is why the money, the taxpayers' money we gave them, instead of using it to make the lives of an average Biafran to be better, they made it worse. You have a country, a section of a country that produces most of the mineral resources we have. They don't have a single international airport. They don't have major airlines. They don't have major railways. They don't have pipe-borne water. You cannot turn your tap in the whole Nigeria and drink clean water. No. A country that is over 60 years old, you cannot open the sink in your kitchen and collect clean water to drink. Now, nowhere. When you build a house, you must dig what they call borehole and then connect the borehole to pump water to different apartments in the building. That is the only way people get water, from the borehole. And this is a country Finland was signing contract with, and some other countries like China. Again, if that nonsense that we are spewing on social media is accurate, I tell them they should be very, very ashamed of themselves. I just don't want to make sure. I don't want to believe the nonsense. These are countries that enjoy on the blood of innocent Biafrans, not anymore. No pipe-borne water. Electricity is just like when it comes, it's there. When it doesn't come. So those of you that live in developed world, in developed countries, even in African countries like Ghana, you see how people enjoy electricity for like 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours without a light going off. No, in Nigeria, if you succeed to stay like 2-3 days without the light going off, you count yourself lucky. The light comes and goes. For a country that is over 60 years, for a country that exports crude oil to another country to develop their people, countries that already have regular steady light, but in our own, we don't have it. What kind of country is that? That is Nigeria for you. Not that that money is not there. The other day I was reading some of the assets that was ascribed to one of the ex-president's wife. It was mind-blowing. It was head-blowing. And the president said that with this money, you can just build a small nation successfully without anything they will look for. Without anything, any demand, any need. In the northern part of Nigeria, schools have been closed on end for months, 6, 7, 10 months, because the reintegrated terrorists brought in by Nigerian government, Soludo and co, they kidnap undergraduates from their dormitories. They kidnap them from their hostels into the bush. Some of them, you never see them again. Some of them come out after years with 2 or 3 children. Forced rape. Some of them, they die in the process. This is a killing. Anyone that talks about stopping the destruction of Nigeria, that person is evil. That person is evil. That country must go down. It's an ex-Nigeria so that people can live. People can survive. People can thrive to their highest potential. No standard hospital. Pregnant women are denied access to deliver babies until they put down certain amount of money. And this is a country over 50, 60 years. Yet the same thing happening. The few criminal agents, you see them spewing on social media, those that benefit from the criminality of the Nigerian state. And I want to tell Donald Trump, those people that are talking about, oh, Nigeria is good, I want Nigeria, they are less than 1% of the entire population of indigenous Nigerians. I promise you. Do not look back. Those lies and the falsehood they've perpetrated over the years that have led to the mass killing of a lot of Christians in that enclave. Just like Honorable Iwunze said, when Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu was talking, some of them think, oh, how can he do that? Don't worry, he's joking. Then when our prime minister came along and started, they were saying, oh, don't worry, how can you do that? How can you declare country? Then when Dr. Rabrense came, he was like, oh, how? We wait for Nnamdi Kanu to come and declare the other Biafra. Or when PM comes, he will declare their own that they want. These are pure agents of the Nigerian state that are paid to destroy this beautiful nation we got, but they ain't going nowhere. They failed. They're dead on arrival. That which their plots, we already know. Bunch of mediocres making noise everywhere, disturbing sincere people that are working for the freedom of their own people. Lie, just lie. People just lie. Thinking that by lying is going to distract some of us. But thank you, Honorable Iwunze, for that wonderful speech. And thank Biafrans for taking your leadership into your hand. No one can do that. You see, all this African, nobody can do this. We are the ones that will do this for us. Nobody else. That is why we will continue to fortify fortify our land, fortify our people, is going to end up there. Nothing more, nothing less. And that's what we're looking forward to. So we take the next people. If there are questions, I don't know if any of the governors is back here.
Yes, we can see representing Oman Bala governor.
All right, go ahead.
Please unmute now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Who is speaking?
This is Mazi Obika from Oman Bala State Cabinet member.
Where is your governor?
Yeah, he said he wanted to join, but his phone fell down, so the screen got problem. He couldn't access the site where he can enter the program.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about it.
All right. Greetings to the citizens of 40 United States of Biafra all over the world, from Asia, from Australia, from Europe, America, North and South, Africa, and Oceania. All over you are in Africa, in the world, listening to my voice, greeting to you. Those that are faithful, working under the leadership of our leader. Greetings to our servants, the indefatigable leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazinam Kanu. And greetings to our Prime Minister, 50 in one man, who stood in the gap of our leader to make sure that dream come true. Greetings to our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, who stood in the gap of our Prime Minister to make sure that Finland declaration was not disappointed. He took the bull by the horn and asthmated the zoo and the entire world by declaring Biafra on 29 November 2024 in Lahti, Finland. We made it possible. Every Biafra citizen who voted, over 50 million, made it possible. Those who are asking, what power do you have to redeclare Biafra? The power is in the hands of the Biafran people. The people have spoken and they made it happen. Thank you, Her Excellency, for all you do. I thank all the sitting governors that are elected under the old Anambra State. I thank the governor of Ikemba State and the deputy. I thank the governor of Odumegu State and the deputy, and the deputy governor of Omambala State. I am here to represent the Omambala State governor as instructed me to do. I thank all the citizens of Omambala State, those who voted, those who participated in this voting process that just concluded on November 4th, 2025. Those who vote online and those who vote physically. In Omambala State, we try our best to make sure we vote physically, massively in different counties and different locations, and our people comply. Despite all the Nigeria threat and their armor tank everywhere, we still made it possible to make sure that we show the example, because Biafra land belongs to us. We are not the one that are doing campaign or trying to vote and promising you, you're going to vote for me, I'll give you money and do this. No. Our primary priority for you, Biafran citizens, is to protect you, security, to make sure that our land is secure. Your life and property is our primary concern. Every other thing follows suit, because life first. So I thank everyone that voted online and those that voted physically. The Biafra government and the Omambala State government will not disappoint you. Your life and property is our primary concern, and we're going to do that to defend you and defend everyone in our state. The Nigeria shambolic election they're trying to do, we know what they're going to do. But everybody is watching because they know Nigeria is no longer a country. Talk less of this, the Southeast, they call us. We already have our independence. So I want to thank every cabinet member who stood by our DPM and those that are doing one thing or the other that we don't know. Especially Christopher Okenwa. We are really Okenwa. I thank you for what you do. And Honorable Mouthpiece, Honorable Olo, Famdi, all of you that are standing by behind our DPM to make sure that this Biafra government, this Biafra that we declare stand, and this a new dawn is going to be a new dawn till now and forevermore. In the mighty name of Chukwu Kabiam.
Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Well rendered, articulately well rendered. Reverend Christopher, go ahead. If we have any other governor or deputy representative, they can go ahead. If not, we can take the few hands. Real Biafra, then Honorable Ebenezer, Oneje, and Gaze Jonathan.
Yes, Real Biafra TV, please unmute your mic.
Yeah. Good evening to all the Biafrans all over the world and those on the homeland, and also people of Odimebu and Ikemba, and those people of Uli County. I greet you all and I thank you for participating in the re-election of peaceful country happen to be United States of Biafra. I also want to greet a special lady who is beside our DPN. Find that I greet you in a special way, a woman with a white color and a white in pure heart. I greet you so much.
Thank you.
From here, my greetings to my President, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, also to my Prime Minister, Simon Iba, to Okwa Chinaka Onaba, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Okpaka na-agba n'ọkọchị gbaa n'udu mmiri. Nwaanyị amụrụ mgbe adịghị amụ ibi ya. I greet you from here. Good evening, ma, for all you do for all the Biafrans. Thank you so much. You.
What happened? He muted himself?
Unmute yourself.
Real Biafra TV, you're muted, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for all you do and all the governors. All the cabinet members. I greet you all. My question to our DPM is, on November 29, 2024, could you recall one thing that's happened to you that takes you 4 minutes before you can stand up and move the movement? Can you recall?
You said what takes me what?
One thing that's happened to you that took you 4 minutes before you can stood up and move the mansion.
The tears.
The tears. The tears. It took you 4 maximum minutes.
Yes.
Before you can move the mountain.
Yeah.
Now, why you ask the question? Do you know
their network.
Tears has brought to the Biafran people? Your tears has brought joy, peace, strength, hope, equity, fairness to the Biafran people. That is what your tears brought to us. Your tears is our strength today. Your tears brought a joy and a love of a mother to his people. Your tears is not in vain. Thank you so much for maintaining that tears to us, and we appreciate all you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Now, my question to you again is, after our declaration, you told us you sent the document to Ibelumis. Did you send our official declaration to the lawyers of Mazina and the Khan? I mean, precisely, Aloy Ejimako. Did you send this document to them even at all?
You mean the official documents?
Yes, that Biafra has been declared. Did you send document to them at all?
Yeah, they were notified, yes.
Thank you so much. That is why you were poor neighbor. Thank you. Then, my second question is, looking at what is coming out from the mouth of Aloy Ejimako, that the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is like the case of Nelson Mandela, Magahandi of India, Junior Martin Luther King, and the Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya. Looking at them, what is your takeout from his word that encourage you to do more to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Ma Simon Ebanjoko?
Thank you so much for that question. Again, we have a history. Only somebody who does not or who do not understand what we do, only one who do not understand that the fight for freedom is not a task for one man or one woman. The fight for the freedom of Biafran people is the fight for everyone. That is why when you see people who are misinformed, who do not understand what the restoration of our freedom is, fighting for our freedom, when you see those individuals, it's too light. Can move it towards the north. Okay. Make the mistake of trying to say, if Ojukwu did not bring Biafra, nobody else will bring it. If Owazulike did not bring Biafra, nobody else will bring it. If yeah. If Onyendo Nnamdi Kanu did not bring Biafra, nobody else will bring it. I think you have to off the light.
Also, it will not be a woman.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's off the light. That's another one that maybe if our PM did not bring it, then they will sabotage whoever that tries to bring
yes. Evil man.
Study. So this is ignorance. They just don't know. And there are, yeah, I think it's okay. Thank you. They can know better. The ignorance is there. And what we have to do is to educate them.
Magnitude.
Educate them if they are ready to be educated. Because some of our people is not just being educated illiterates. Some of them are just pure illiterates combined with ignorance, which makes it a very big risky thing to be around any of these individuals. So to your question, the freedom of a people does not depend on an individual.
At all.
I keep saying that. The moment all of us Biafrans understand this, the easier it's going to be for us to remove these elements of Nigeria state that is in Biafra land and start to rebuild our home. It's not about the people, about the individual. It's about the people that have similar culture. You see the way we conducted our election. No firing of guns, no bloodshed, no sticks and brooms, no swapping of. It's about the people and what they believe in and the kind of life those people want to live. You can't compare what happens in Biafra land with what happens in the country we just left, Nigeria, where violence describes every election. Swapping votes running away with ballot boxes, bringing military to invade election grounds,
buying votes,
invading election grounds with police, with guns, and then carrying election that will last for a day to like 3-4 days, so that the manipulation will happen successfully based on what the ruling party, which is maybe APC, which has been declared as a terrorist organization, on whom they want. So when you look at everything happening in Nigeria and you compare that to what we, this cabinet, my leadership, we are building in Biafra land, you will see the difference. You will see the difference. So that is why the need to continue with what our Prime Minister did is very, very important. And I want to clarify something to Biafrans. The restoration of Biafra is a continuum. It's like a straight line. There are no two ways about it. That line from Nnamdi Kanu, when he handed over to our Prime Minister, every genuine Biafra, you must follow the Prime Minister. Must. If you are genuine. It's not matter of, no matter what Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu has told you before he got into trouble. Once that mantle fails on our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, if you are a true and genuine Biafra, you must follow Simon Ekpa. As long as he continues on that thread, as long as he continues on that timeline towards Biafra restoration, you can't move out. You can't say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu, you signed this contract with him. Therefore, they've taken him. Then you're not going to work with Simon Ekpa. Or you're going to wait until Onyendu comes out and then start from where he stopped with you on that contract before you will do what you're supposed to do to free your people. That is wrong. And that is where some of our people get it wrong. That is wrong. The restoration of our freedom is a continuum. Where our Onyendu stopped, or where Uwazulike stopped, Onyendu picked up. Where Onyendu picked up, our PM picked up. Where our PM stopped, where Onyendu stopped, our PM picked up. Where PM stopped, I picked up. That is the only way. There are no two ways about that. And if you know, and if you're genuinely following the struggle and you want the freedom of your people, once you know that our Prime Minister has a problem, thanks to the collusion between Finland and the Nigerian terrorist state, it automatically, what I call unless you are not genuinely following the Prime Minister, then we know that you have a different case, of which we have seen some of them that we are pretending to be following Prime Minister. Meanwhile, they have a different agenda. If you were genuinely following the Prime Minister, once he has a problem, you must automatically fall into the person whom he has given that mantle of leadership. There are no two ways about it. You cannot deviate by lying to the Prime Minister, because that's what some of them did initially when the PM was taken. They utilized different avenues to misinform the public, misinform the Prime Minister, misinforms many people around the Prime Minister, because that's what they always do. People that can just wake up and lie, just lie one big lie like that and be spreading it. How can such people build a decent society for you? It does not work. It can never happen. So those lies and those misinformations that we are carrying at that initial stage, when the Prime Minister had a problem, that was why some of the things that happened. So we can't, there are no two ways about it. all that, those that were really following the prime minister know is that it's just going to be a matter of time. And that time came. And that time came on September the 1st, when Finland finished their shambolic trial. And they said, okay, now, Simon, we're going to jail you for 6 years. Remember, the 6 years is 3 years, which he has almost done half, which is 2 years. Hopefully in the next few months, prime minister with a good behavior, we know he's a great guy, nice person. I know while the appeal may take time to start maybe next year, but we know with good behavior and all that, the prime minister may qualify for what we call the open jail system in Finland, whereby even people that are in the jail system, they can drive their cars, go to work, come back, have the keys to their jail rooms and all that. And I know pretty soon, in the next few months, the PM will fall into that category. That is the expectation. But those that we are truly following Onyen to know that from September the 1st, many things will change. Why? Because it was from that point that the prime minister started getting the real information of what happened while he was out. That was when he started getting it. So there were a lot of manipulations. But the point I'm trying to make is this. The restoration of the freedom of a people to be successful, there must be continuum. Because our leader was taken away, it doesn't give the room for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to be doing whatever they think they want to do. If it's not my strength or the strength of the cabinet members, these people, they were really bad. The manipulation was so heavy, but some of us were already cooked for this task. That's why I'm telling you. But rather, that which they were, that evil which they were, the manipulation which the Nigerian state was using them to do, was fully exposed to Biafrans in the absence of the prime minister. We cannot, and some of these people contributed to the problem the prime minister had, and they still continue to manipulate that. The removal of the prime minister does not mean that everything will just start going haywire. But again, there are just different few things to that, which I'm not going to go into anyway. But the bottom line is that there is only one United States of Biafra. Biafra people already exited Nigeria. We already had our independence. That can never be done again by anyone. We already declared our freedom in Finland on November 29, 2024. The structure for this declaration was already laid down from Onyendu to our prime minister to my office. The structure was clear. But the problem was those that are being bribed by the Nigerian state hanging around our Onyendu, such as the IPOB organization, not IPOB, we are people, but the IPOB organization that colluded and continue to collude with the Nigerian government to make sure that our freedom is not restored. They are the enemies of the people. And they know themselves. And then those in Briggy that we are pretending that we are following our prime minister. Meanwhile, they were planted there by the Nigerian state and their cohorts to stop the restoration of Biafra. There is no way we could restore our Biafra when you have people that will go behind and collect money and bribery from the delegitimized governors. That is why Onyendu will move 2 steps forward. They will drag in 3 steps backward. Onyendu will say no election. The criminals will go and collect money from the Nigeria delegitimized governor and tell him Onyendu what I have here. And I say no, because that is what they will always do. You cannot build a clean Biafra if you are a Biafran army when you are inside the same camp with DOS armies. If the prime minister said a specific instruction, all the ESN was collapsed into the Biafran Liberation Army, that is the continuum. Any other person you see coming out to parade themselves as ESN, they are not doing, they are the agents of the Nigerian government. That was why you saw somebody like Oti came out to say, oh, now I'm going to use ESN to fight terrorism. No, he was not. He's just playing. There's nothing like ESN in Biafra, nothing like that. Anyone, anybody using that name has never followed Onyendu, has never followed our prime minister. So when you see some of the delegitimized governor trying to tweak the story and say, oh, now I'm going to use ESN, those of you that are not following will think that they are doing good things. Meanwhile, they just want to be manipulated. In that same order, everything from the BLA has been moved into the USB BLA, USB Defense, USB Police, because now we have that nation which our Prime Minister fought for. He prepared from January 2024 to November 2024. He prepared every step of that way for the declaration of this new nation from Biafra Republic government in exile to the United States of Biafra. I was the chief of staff of Biafra Republic government in exile. There's nothing anybody can do or talk about bringing without my approval, without my consent. It will never happen. It will never happen unless it's something that does not matter to our freedom. So anyone that is telling you Briggy was there, USB was there, these are distractions from the delegitimized governments. I want to also use this opportunity to address one thing that I see the distractors online saying that our declaration in Finland would have been done by somebody else. Dr. Roberza was smart, outsmarted people, just using some of those kind of cheap words. No, and I just want to correct that impression. Nobody else, unless it's not from Briggy, nobody else would have declared the United States of Biafra without my approval. Even if the person, I want another person to do it, or somebody would have, I must approve the person to do it. Nobody else would have done that because I was the chief of staff of the Biafra Republic government in exile, on top, before all these other positions. So when you hear some of these people that misinform, they're gullible ones online, talking what they don't know. I just want to correct those impressions to let Biafrans know there's nobody else that would have done that except me. If I didn't have the strength to come, or if I was not in Finland, I will authorize the person that will declare Biafra. Take it to the banks. I'm telling you, nobody else. So it's not a matter of Dr. Roberza was smart or Dr. Roberza outsmarted somebody, or no, nothing like that. I was directly in charge after Simon Ever. So when these gullible ones try to deceive people that don't know, I want to keep those records straight. And another thing I wanted to correct is I alone did not approve to declare our independence from day one. We had a well-constituted Biafra Republic government in exile, Briggy cabinet meeting. And I believe there's some cabinet members here that will verify that. We had a Briggy cabinet meeting on the night before our declaration. And I believe there another meeting 2 days before, where all the Briggy cabinet members agreed, maybe except few of them, that we must declare from day one.
So it was 20-something to 9 to something votes.
No, for the second one, I think we're up to 40-something that meeting. Yeah, on the day that we
did.
So majority of the Briggy cabinet members agreed that we must declare on day one. So when I see this criminal called Biafra Unite or whatever he calls himself, goes on air to be lying and misinforming people. This guy was never a cabinet member. These are the people that believe they walk behind the scene. And if the PM give them audience 1 or 2 occasions, they believe they are now part of the government. They know what is going on. So I want to correct that misinformation. Again, the agreement for us to declare from day one was approved by the Biafra Republic government and inside cabinet members during our meeting. I want to also correct that in not what they were saying that all that. Again, another thing I wanted to correct is these people that misinform the there are people that follow them that lies. I saw where one of them, this same Biafra Unite and Co. and his group, we are parading that there was one Obinna. Obinna gave Dr. Ngozi his number and then disappeared. And I began to wonder, I don't know this Obinna. I don't know, you know, again, when you, and again, you begin to see the danger why Biafra never came. You see the danger, people can just go out and lie and misinform people. And these are the kind of same lies. Maybe they were saying these lies to the leaders, to our leaders in the past. And who knows, who knows, who knows? So again, I just want to correct this, Biafrans. There are a lot of these people that just go online to misinform people, to lie to people, to manipulate things. Even some of them, they said I was born in the northern part of Nigeria. I am Halimatu, you know, that my name, I'm a Fulani, all that. Again, that I married 2 Fulani husbands. Again, how can any sensible person entrust our freedom in the hand of people like this? You see why Biafra never came, but thank God we moved all of them to where they belong. And we are moving forward. We thank God for that. I just want to correct that. Sorry for taking your time. Go ahead, Honorable Ebenezer, please.
Okay, my DPM, hold on, okay. All observant, I observe all protocols. And I truly appreciate what you have just said. And before I get to my point, I want to remind everyone that is watching this or listening to this, that Biafra was set up of God. There's no one that will stop the motion God has set already for us. DPM, you were not just appointed. God has set you apart, as he did as he did our dear Prime Minister. They both are set apart. There's nothing that will happen to them. They will still come back out and continue the process God has set in motion. No one on this earth can change that. No one can touch you and say, oh, you are this, you are that. You were born where? In North? No, you were born in the sky.
In Kano.
You were born in the river.
I grew up in the streets of Kano.
It doesn't matter. You have been put aside by God to do the work that no one else could do after the 2 men that are set aside for a moment. It's a moment to God. A year could be 1 moment for God, but the time has come now for us to take charge of what God has given to us. I want to say that Biafra is existing for a purpose. If you come here, some of you may not know, in America, if I tell you there are several high positions that are held by our people, high positions that are critical in America. I'll give you just one example. The cyber, the cyber attack of the enemy over the American Army and Air Force military period is run by an Igbo man today. He checks and makes sure there's no attacks cyber-wise on the systems. And nobody knows about that. If you go to the space where the airspace happens, someone else is there too. So Igbo people and Biafrans, I would say, even the southern portion of Biafra, they're people that are very intelligent in what they do. My brothers and sisters, I'm just jumping into it because it's not enough time. We are going to be the best nation in the world. I guarantee you that. We will develop, there'll be so much work for every person that comes into the nation. You will work and get tired of working, and you will make money also. Investors have been set aside to invest in this powerful nation. Powerful, not just big, powerful. That's why they don't want us to exist. Because once Biafra shows up, guess what? We will do greater things that most of these white countries do. And they'll be coming to us to ask questions, to get information from us because of who God has made us to be. So please, please, my people, I don't care what you try to do to stop it, because you cannot stop it. You cannot stop what God has started. Oh my, just understand that. I know where I'm at, business-wise. I'm losing, but Biafra must come first. Biafra comes, we will make it through and be the best nation on earth. So I want us to realize that Biafra has come to do what? To invest in people, humans, not in material things. Now Nigeria is investing in money, things, buying, taking your stuff. And no, I want us to invest in human beings. Realize that. When you invest in human beings, you do better as Biafra rolls on. Remember this now, there's no such thing as Nigeria as a nation. Nigeria is an area or listen to the name of it, Niger area. Niger area. That's why they connected it to make it Nigeria. Niger area. So it's a zone, it's an area, but they took it as a nation and then they're draining us. All the minerals we have, that's stopping. That's the end of it. And I just say a little bit of that. So Biafra is going to be the best nation. Please plan with us to set up this nation to be the best nation in the world by the productions that will deliver over there. Urban development is going to be the best. You're going to come home, you want to go back out. Some folks that want to leave so-called Biafra land to come out to America, you're going to say, no, I'm going to stay home and develop my nation. That's what we're going to do. Thank you, my DPM. Stay where you are. Don't listen to them because God is on your side. You know what they got? Encapsulation. God has wrapped you around completely. They punch on God and God will deal with them, messing with God. So stay where you are, stay strong and keep going forward. We're behind you. Thank you for all the secretaries because it shows that we're serious in what we're doing. And all the elections that we had, I voted. I was going to scream for, he came by state. That's my state. Thank you all for what you have done. But the whole Biafra has come. Thank you, Lord, for what you are doing for this nation. And we glorify his name. Amen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Ebenezer. The next to speak is Ome J. Biafra Child. Please unmute your mic and speak.
I think Biafra Child already talked.
No, I don't talk, ma. This is my first time.
Okay, go ahead. Please make it brief. 2 minutes. We gotta go.
Hey, 2 minutes. You reach my own turn, 2 minutes. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Biafrans. I'm from Biafra. I greet you so much. The Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. I greet you. I use this opportunity to greet my leader, Mazin Amodi Kano, the Hamadike one of Igbo land. And also, I want to use this opportunity to greet my Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. I call him the Ekwensu, the God of War. The man who only speaks the language Nigeria understands. I respect him a lot. And I want to use this medium as well to thank you, Afomuru Biafra, the Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. I thank all Biafra who are here present. I greet you, everyone who are here present, the honorables in the house. I greet you, the excellencies in the house. I greet you. Famdi, I greet you. I don't want to waste much of our time. I just want to use this opportunity to thank you all who participated for this just concluded election in old Anambra State, or the electoral body. I just want to tell you that you guys, you did wonderfully well. We all observed how everything went, and it was very, very, very successful. We are very much grateful. And also, I want to use this medium to congratulate the 3 governors and deputies in old Anambra State. I, myself, my deputy, the opportunity of Alaso State to say congratulations to every one of you, all the governors and the deputy of old Anambra State. I said congratulations to you all. We Biafran people are strong. You know, it was a very successful election, and the people have made their choice. And Nigeria State must understand that, yes, we have made our choice and they must leave our land. So I want all of us here to stand firmly, because tomorrow is the D-Day, especially to our brothers in Old Anambra. I want you all to listen to our DPM. Stay indoor, stay at home. Observe the seat at home in your house. Eat whatever you have at home. Don't come out, because when you come out in Nigeria, they will kill you and they will tag you IPOP or EZSF. You know, please, everyone stay indoor, because Biafra is already here. We don't want to look for anyone. So I'm using this medium to plead to our people. Take our DPM. You have been doing wonderfully well. We, the Genuine Biafras, we are very grateful. We thank you. We don't know how to thank you. But just know that we are very, very happy with what you are doing. You are leading us in the right direction, and we are happy.
Right,
We say thank you so much. I am a people, Alanso State, we are saying, carry on. We are strongly behind you. Thank you so much. I don't want to worry. I wanted to talk, and there is a question I want to ask you, Ma. How do you manage to rest? Because each time I wake up in the morning, you are always online. And sometimes I check the time difference, and I find out that it's just 5 hours. And sometimes I wake up 7 o'clock, you are posting by that time, which is about 2 p.m. over there. So I wonder, how do you manage to sleep? 2 a.m., yeah. How do you manage to sleep, Ma? Because your health is always our concern.
I sleep when you are awake, and when you are awake, I'm sleeping.
May God continue to bless you.
All right, thank you so very much.
In fact, you are doing a very great. You are doing a very, 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 very great job. I'm very, very, very happy with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me leave it here. And
all right, Gosé, go ahead. Thank you so much. Let's go to Gosé, Jonathan. Thank
Please,
you.
well, the last time we're gonna take the last time. I'm gonna happen. We got
Gosé, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And please, can I ask for my videos, if it's okay, just to show my Empress, please.
Okay, that's a beautiful one.
I just want Biafrans to be able to see the one that comments, comments. The one that comments respect and authority. Thank you so much. I just want to.
one with a lion that is bigger than the for you.
No be small thing. Thank you so much. Greetings, all the cabinet members, and greetings, Biafrans, that everywhere you are listening from. I just want to extend my congratulations again to our newly elected governors of Ikemba, Odomegwa, and Delmonbla State. Your victory marks another significant step forward in collective vision of how we are rebuilding and strengthening our homeland. So I'm very happy the way the whole thing went smoothly. I thank those that are behind the whole organization and making sure that the election, starting from the electoral committee and making sure things went smooth. You know, Biafra continues to lead by example. I just want to tap into what Honorable Reverend Ebenezer said. Yes, we will continue to lead by example. The peaceful, transparent, and credible election recently conducted just is a way to stand out as a proud statement to the kind of nation we are building. A nation that is rooted in fairness, justice, and accountability. I mean, this is a sharp contrast to certain failed system of, if you see what is happening in Zoological Republic government, where electoral credibility is constantly undermined by corruption, manipulation, and there was a malfunctioning of institutions. As INEC will say, beavers is not working, or beavers is not working. This is just an example of how credible elections should be. Again, Biafra has once again shown the world how democracy should truly function. I really want to thank everyone that is involved with making sure that this is successful. However, I would like to use this opportunity again to urge all the 40 state governors, again, just to remind them to appoint a qualified, transparent, and a visionary sports commissioner in their respective states. Very important. Individuals who will serve with integrity and work in full partnership with the vision of United States of Biafra Youth and Sports Development. I just want to show briefly, just to throw brief highlights on our mission when it comes to United States of Biafra Youth and Sports Department. We are very committed to using sports as a beacon for nation building, unity, and youth empowerment. As we all saw what transpired in our first outing when our government, last year we presented the first ever Biafran under-19 national team in Portugal. We have so many of these that we are supposed to do in different other sports. We have 34 different sports under the Ministry of Sports right now. By the way, in 10 days from today will be our 1-year anniversary of that event. 10 days from today. We were supposed to participate this year again, but due to all this, so many distractions and the things we are doing more, we are not able to put up this. So what I'm looking at is governors that were commissioners that will be able to do the recruitment from homeland, that we can have Biafrans that are ready to be able to participate in different other tournaments, both in under 17, under 16, under 19. We have to look at how we can follow our ambition, where we want every Biafran child, regardless of background, as long as you have God-given talent, you want to be identified, nurture you, provided with equal opportunity to present our homeland at the highest level of competitions in every sport. So our focus remains on grassroots development, revitalizing organization of sports festivals, and introduction of youth and grassroots league competition across Biafra land with other corps as a key recruitment pathway into our Biafra national teams. Furthermore, we aim to ensure that every athlete and coaches has access to quality education. Those are some of the things that Biafran Youth and Sports Development wants to use as empowering our youths. So we want them to also succeed both during and beyond their sporting career if things will go forward. Our goal is very clear: to establish Biafra as the talent hub in Africa, a continental leader in sports excellence, innovation, and sports science research. That's what we want. Through transparent discipline and dedication, we will continue to shape our nation, where sports serves as both a unifying force and a foundation for youth advancement. So together with these newly appointed commissioners that I'm looking forward to work with, we have much to accomplish in driving sports development and youth empowerment across our homeland. Biafra are very naturally gifted in various sports. with these 34 active sports disciplines we have right now under the sports department, we must try our best to harness these talents as a beacon of progress to build our nation and inspire generation to come. So those are some of the things I want that we have to look at, how to bring this into. We have so many events that we have been invited this year. I'm looking at how we can empower this from grassroots. I want that this will be extended, not just only Biafrans in diaspora. I don't want to present a team where all those negative people will start saying, oh, white people are suddenly Biafrans, but they don't know the reason why it happened. You know, what they do is just to talk without knowing the foundation of the whole thing. That's not what I want to come and discuss here, because it's not worth the time now. I just hope that we can be able to get people who are committed, qualified, to understand how we can use sports to continue building our nation, developing Biafra land, and engage our youths positively to show the world that we can do it in all angles. If you look at the current Nigerian national team right now, this is all 90% of them is Biafrans. And we have so many Biafrans nationalized in different parts of the world. The only challenge we had last time that we saw a lot of white people playing for our under-19 first team that we presented, because so many Biafrans at the last minute didn't want to continue further going on it. So we are looking at where we can do this, be able to present our own kids through Biafra team to show what we can do in the world. So that's what I want to just chip into there. Congratulations once again to all the newly elected governors. I look forward to working closely with all of you and the future Commissioner of Sports as we continue to move our homeland forward through unity, vision, and purpose. I thank everyone once again. Thank you so much, Honorable DPM.
Thank you so very much.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Can I ask the Youth and Sports Commissioner a quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, Honorable Gazier Jonathan, first of all, thank you so much for this beautiful Aguwaye portrait.
Honestly, I don't know how he does that.
So cool. So my question to you, I hear all you said is majorly on homeland. Do you have anything youth and sports for, I didn't know where you are, for people, youths in the diaspora?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What happened in the first, I don't know if you saw the first under-19 team that we presented in Portugal last year. Half of the squad was also our kids born in diaspora. Half of the squad. The squad was supposed to be made 90% of our kids born in diaspora. But what happened is, in the last 2 weeks before the event, there was so many decline. So many people were calling, oh, I don't want to go. Oh, so because this stigma of people being scared to present themselves as Biafrans, people just being scared to say they are Biafrans, just to be proud to say you are Biafran. There's something I always tell everyone. I was a Biafran before I become a Nigerian. And there is nothing wrong with somebody having double nationality or three. I was a Biafran before I become a Norwegian. I was a Biafran before I become a Polish, for example. Things like this happen. I was a Biafran before I become a United States citizen. So I don't see the reason why people should be, our own people should always be scared to say that they are Biafrans. Anywhere you meet an Igbo person, you say he's a Nigerian. That's a very wrong sign. So that's what happened. I have things for people in diaspora. I want is not just, let's say if we have we have 2 events that might be coming up first 3 months in the next year. Of course, I would like to have half of the keys from diaspora and half of the keys from Biafra land, just as long as we present full Biafran, full-blooded Biafrans. That's what we want. Because the reason why I had to step out the boundary to make sure that we present Biafra first about this first tournament is because our people dropped, and that was the last minute to get tickets just to get Biafrans on board. And so many of them declined. I had 6, 7 players that declined. Just say, oh, I don't know. My dad said I should not go. Oh, I don't know. Some of them say, yeah, we don't go. Club doesn't want to release them. It was not true because they don't want to. They didn't believe it in the first place. They didn't believe that it's happening. So there is something for people in diaspora. There is a lot of things that I am already in contact. I have a lot of list of players right now. People
Biafran kids born in diaspora doing fantastically well everywhere they are in Europe. I have so many lists of them on my desk right now. I have so many. So I'm still collecting data. That is one of the things I need, people who can work in the sports in homeland, because I want something that can happen also in homeland, not just in diaspora. If we have teams both in diaspora and homeland, we will be able to try first to get people from homeland to mix up with the teams in diaspora. But if it's not possible, then I can opt for the list in diaspora. But again, there are plans to have a lot of Biafran tournaments and events and a lot of things, activities in homeland. That's where we need to start first.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. We
Thank you so
are
much.
building one of the best sports department in the world. So all of you that are listening and you think you can play a role in any of those departments, contact our United States of Biafra Sports Secretary, who has just finished speaking. And then, like we said, in Biafra, we are building the best. Nothing compares, I'm telling
Absolutely.
you.
Absolutely.
Nothing compares.
Absolutely.
As they do it, they should. Rabbi, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Secretary Gozier.
Sorry to interject. Can I show them our jersey?
Yes, I can show that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Yes,
go on.
can you show my video?
Yeah, you can share your video. You can share your video.
Let's see.
Can you?
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
Amazing.
goodness!
How beautiful is that?
Oh my goodness!
That's
Dr.
so
Frank,
beautiful.
you just went and changed that. That's not what you got before, right?
What did he do?
That is so beautiful.
Also, Biafrans, these jerseys are still in stock. We need to go out there and pick up the jersey. Like I said last time, try and make somebody a Christmas gift. Order a Biafran jersey, put their names on it, send it out. These are part of a way to support what we are doing, to support this government. Put out, the jersey website is out there, biafransports.com. Go out there. These jerseys are still in stock. Make someone a gift, buy one for yourself, wear it. Be proud to show who you are. Be proud to show the color of Biafra. It's our responsibility to talk to the world and show the world who we are, and be proud of who we are.
People are so marveled at how strong the United States of Biafra is. They have no clue. They have no clue. Some of the things that our Prime Minister have set aside before the Finland people try to, people have no clue. That's why we keep saying there is nothing in the restoration of this country that the Prime Minister did not put in place. Nothing, unless it's not important. And when you see some of these distractions coming from it, you will see that they're not important, because there's nothing they're doing, nothing except just noise. Anything that is important for the full restoration of our nation has already been set in place by our Prime Minister. And all that is being executed in line, in tandem with what the Prime Minister has set up. Everything. When you see them come out and say, oh, there is a template that is not fair, ask them, which template do they have? It's just to gossip online. Nothing. You can't see their name in any committee because their level is too low. They can't comprehend. But they are the ones that are outside criticizing what the government is doing. So do not be distracted. Everything we need, the PM already set it in place. And they know. Many of them are fully aware. It's just their little mind, their petty jealousy and selfishness. And some of them that think that it coming to Biafra or doing the freedom will be to give them money. No. Everything we do is volunteer. But very soon it will be over. We're already a nation, so very soon it will start raining in a very, very heavy way. Very, very heavy. Go ahead, Rabbi. Please.
I will post again. Sorry, Honorable DPM. I will post the sports website again on my Twitter page and so that Biafrans can also go there, click and order your jerseys. This jersey, like I said, we have a lot of these jerseys still in stock. There are two of them. I will post it again on my Twitter handle right now.
Thank you. Rabbi, go ahead.
Thank you, High Excellency. Firstly, I want to appreciate the work of Honorable Godzier Jonathan, the Sports Secretary. You are good to go. Please remain focused. We're going somewhere, and I know that you are coming out with flying colors. Secondly, I want to appreciate the good work of Honorable Christopher. He has been so good in organizing meetings like this. So I pray that you was strong, and by the grace of God, we are getting there. In fact, I'm overwhelmed for all I've seen and all I've been hearing. And I want to appreciate God for our able leader, Mazina DeCarlo, for his good work, and PM, Simon Ekma, for all he has been doing, and also the Commander-in-Chief of the USB, United States of Biafra, Excellency, for all you've been doing. You've been doing a lot of work. You have brought us to this level and this position. And I pray that OKK, the gods of our ancestors, will continue guiding you, leading you, even unto the end. And I want to thank God for our mother, Famdi. You've been so good and great in your works for the Biafran nation. And I pray that all the cabinet members surely will receive their pay in due time, and God will pay all positively. In fact, as a defense spokesperson and quartermaster to the USB military, I want to announce to everybody that we are doing good, and the military are doing well, very well. And I believe that in less than no time, we are going to stand strongly to defend and to defeat all our foes. Thanking God for the 3 elected state governors and their deputies, Amambra, Ikemba, and also Odomegu. In fact, this is just the work of Okike. He has destined it, and that is why all came to pass without much problem. And mainly, I want to acknowledge the good work of our military. In fact, we've been trying so much to make sure that our people are protected, and also that things works positively for the nation of Biafra. Now, concerning the tomorrow's election, I want all Biafrans, fellow citizens, should have this in mind, that the Anambra State Governor, which I have information already, had already made plans to affect so many lives by the terrorists he had organized. So, and for this reason, my men are there already, but I want our people, fellow Biafrans, to stay indoors tomorrow throughout. Nobody should come out, so that we won't have casualties and we won't lose anybody. I wouldn't want us to lose anybody. So I want our people in homeland, please let this information go around, because we're having more of our boys coming into Anambra State, from Anambra State tomorrow, to make sure that these activities of the Soludo will not come to be. So please, I congratulate these 3 state governors. Please remain very strong. We are absolutely behind you, and we are absolutely behind the United States of Biafra government, both home, and are believing that we are getting somewhere. And other governors should also get prepared for the elections. We're a nation, like I told us earlier. No nation will fight for us. No nation will bring Biafra for us. No nation will bring us back home. We are to bring ourselves back to our home. We know our home, and that is the process, and that is where we are marching to, and we shall all be there. So I want to congratulate everybody that has contributed positively towards our journey so far. I salute all of you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, our own Rabbi. Thank you so very much. Thank you for what you do to make sure that the United States of Biafra military is one of the best in the world. I told you all, we don't play. When you look at the lineup of the United States of Biafra government cabinet, when you look at the lineup of the United States of Biafra defense and military, you will be begging to be part of the United States of Biafra military. We have thousands of the United States of Biafra defense team. And like I tell people, our defense are on the streets of Biafra every single day. More of them are coming out from the bushes, not to take asylum or not to take, what do they call it? Not asylum. What is
amnesty?
It? Amnesty. Not to take, you cannot take, nobody can grant you amnesty in your own land. That is what these delegitimized governors and Soludo and co are trying to use to play on the intelligence of our unsuspecting and innocent Biafrans. Nobody can grant you amnesty in your own land, in your own motherland. You are the one that will grant Soludo, Tinubu and co amnesty. All these foreigners that are in Biafra land. I'm telling you, if Nigeria, anyway, Nigeria is already gone. Soludo and co, these delegitimized Southeast governors, Biafrans have voted to delegitimize them publicly. Our Prime Minister conducted that voting. Those of you that were following, remember, when we voted to delegitimize Nigeria and legitimize Biafran governors, that's exactly what we are doing right now. So if you are part of the delegitimized governor in the southeast, south part of Nigeria, Biafra land, under Nigeria, working for Nigeria, again, like the governor of Ikemba said, she's not going to tell you where to go. She's not going to tell you, but you need to go because you've shed enough blood. You've locked up enough Biafrans in different jails and cells in Biafra land. You can't continue to do that. All those innocent men and women that you and Tinubu and Christopher Musa locked up, they must come out. We will make them come out. I'm telling you, they have to come out because they've not committed any crime. You cannot be oppressing, colonizing Biafra land while you lock up our young men and women in different jails and cells across Nigeria and across Biafra land. We will stop that. We are already stopping it by the day. No election. Soludo, you must leave Biafra land. I don't care to know the name of the other ones that are doing this thing with you because they are not relevant. But I'm telling you, you and Tinubu, Uzadima, Pitamba, Uzadima, all of you, you need to leave Biafra land. Those that are working with you, you all must leave these people. You got to immediately look for your foreign state governor, talk with them and start building your motherland. You must do this. If not, you will leave Biafra land. Any element of Nigeria in Biafra land, either wearing Nigerian military, police uniform, any agency, you must leave the foreign state of Biafra land because Biafra is a sovereign state. You will leave. We will make you leave. Let's take the next person. Joy, please, let's make it brief, 2 minutes. Joy, Honorable Joy, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Agwai.
From there, I can see you're tired.
Andy, don't go yet.
Yes, excuse to go. Rest if you want. We are standing up because
Andy, I need to greet you before you go.
Okay.
I just want to, today is a great day for me. Our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the woman, the living legend that God used to birth Biafra. I am greeting everybody. I don't have the time to greet everybody one by one, but if I have the opportunity, I will have done that. I want to thank you, FAMD, especially because of what you mean to our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabweze. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. God bless you.
Bless you too.
4th of November, 2025, Biafra had her first gubernatorial election that we are able to have 3 governors. I congratulate the governors. You people you will remain a history because Biafra land, Ndigbo, they are the custodians of the ancient relic.
Yes.
They hold it by covenant and by commitment and by relationship. It was given to us. That is why we don't have kings. We are not monarchical. We have Chukwu Okike Abiama as the king, and we choose our leaders.
Yes.
And 4th of November have marked the beginning of who we were. And I want you all to remember this day, that Ofo has been handed over to you. Like our forefathers that did not disappoint God, did not disappoint Chukwu Okike Abiama, until Ndi Osu Imi Abia, until the people that have come to annihilate and remove that relic by giving us who we were not. That's why we cannot fit in. We could not fit in. So on the 4th of November marked the beginning of the beginnings for us Biafrans, for Ndigbo. And I thank God that God is using his own people. Dr. Ngozi Orabweze, don't be afraid, don't be dismayed. He that is leading you, holding your hand, will not let you down, will not let you see shame. I'm going to rest it there because we have spent so much time here. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just say a couple of words before I leave? Yeah. Thank you for all your appreciations. There is something in what we are doing. We have no other choice just to breathe the air of freedom. The oxygen to our lives now is this freedom. When people say afraid, in this cabinet, I've said it several times, I told them, for a freedom fighter, you have three places. 1, prison, exile, or death. So it's either you get the freedom or you fall into one of these. We are not afraid at all. The DPM is not afraid at all. She's marching on snakes and alligators and scorpions. It does not matter what anyone does. If you try to pull her down or pull this cabinet down, you are the one that's going to fall, because we are not stopping. If we miss this now, of course, we've gotten it already. There'll be no other time. Therefore, we are fighting like it's no tomorrow. And I would like to tell all Biafrans, please, not to mind. Oh my goodness, I don't want to, I want to be civil. Not to mind the people that have chosen to be gutters. They are non-issues. They'll be wasting their time talking and gossiping and doing their things. We have a task, And this task must be done, must be completed. We are not leaving it for our children, our generations to come. This is it. So, onye ọbụla o jurula, onye ụjọ na-atụ, please stay by the side. I'm not wishing niile na-ebu ihe, I wish niile kara aka. But where I'm coming from, ebe amụrụ anaghị emasị gị ga-abụta isi ga-agbara aka lọta. And that's what we're doing here. So for those of, I know everyone doesn't have that big heart. Don't look for somebody on your now.
Peacefully.
Peacefully. And that's all there is to it. Thank you all for all your appreciations and for each and every one of us, like the DPM said, is for all of us, and then it is greater, it is bigger than anybody.
It is.
Oh, they didn't continue.
Exactly.
We have no other choice but to breathe this air of freedom. Thank you all.
So much. Thank you so much. We are almost rounding up. And again, what from this said resonate with what we're doing. Again, this is not one person's stuff and all that. More importantly, once we realize that this is not about one individual, that has helped us to really move fast, very, very fast. No one is indispensable, not even me, I'm telling you. My mom used to tell me, the only thing we don't know, you can know how to deal with is debt, but any other thing. And it is that debt that Nigerian government continues to kill our people. That is what we are stopping. That is what we are fighting to stop. That is why we use everything legally and within our power to make sure we break Nigeria, we stop Nigeria, and we're already doing that. So again, thank you so much for family for all your last night, cracking those numbers, looking for those. Nobody has a clue. When you see what this lady does and you compare that with the noise these mediocres make on ground, you will discover that the Biafra we are building, it is a very big shoe. Many people cannot fit into this shoe. I'm telling you, with the standards we are raising, with the standards we have built, with the in all ramifications, even in our defense, the trainings, the IHL trainings that all the United States of Biafra military and commanders and defense and cabinets are getting has equipped us way ahead to what many countries in the world do not have. That is why when you see the crop of the leaders we have in Biafra defense, in sports, in everywhere, in immigration, everywhere, finance, you will see that we are well prepared. And again, we appreciate everyone. I keep saying it's not about school, it's not about education because they're educated illiterates. It's also about cutting your coat according to your size. And making sure you don't constitute nuisance to the restoration of the struggle. Because when we find you out, and it's not going to be funny, it's not going to be easy. People have died. People are dying every day. We are losing lives. We cannot be distracted with people who think they've been doing this freedom thing for the past 10 years. They've done it with Usbg, they've done it with Nnamdi Kanu, and they think that they will be the one that will continue to distract what we are doing. No way. No way. That's not going to happen.
Another great episode on your
Thank you, family. Go ahead, please. I don't even know. Please, these 4 hands. After these 4, nobody should raise hand again. After these 4 people, please. Chiji, okay, go ahead, please. Keep it to 2 minutes, please. These 4 hands, only 8 minutes, and we'll round it up. Okay.
Hello, good evening, our noble DPM.
Okay.
Good evening. Hello, Ma, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I greet you, our noble DPM, and I greet everybody that is present. I have to be sincere with my remarks. I will make few remarks and ask 1 or 2 questions in less than 2 minutes.
Okay.
Biafrans have given a lot, both their lives, their blood, their money, and they are still ready to give. But what I've come to realize in all this time is that it's like we do more of talks and less of action. Mazen Nadekanu is paying the price. Simon Eba is also paying the same price. And I know that Mazen Nadekanu will be regretting today because he was doing the talks while the people he handed the action to do, they were doing a wrong thing. One man Bana a traditional wedding, he prayed, na Chileke work for Yande, we are now Abayigwe, Hanejiri break. And I pray God will not allow such people to come near you. So now you live in US and you know that there is a difference between rain and the hurricane. When hurricane comes, it comes like a storm. It doesn't stop. It comes with both rain, both wind, whatever. It comes, it destroys everything on its path until everywhere is cleaned up. I think people who have come in the past, they came like rain. Rain is something that comes, it stops, it comes, it stops. And the rainmakers can stop rain, but rainmakers can never stop hurricane. Anybody who wants to clean up Nigeria has to come like a hurricane. You don't stop. You have to be prepared. Once you come, you have to clear everything on your way and you rebuild. Now my question. Since Simon Ekpa is now in the hands of Finland because they compromised, and if Finland can compromise, means that, God forbid, if Simon Ekpa serves his sentence, if it can get to that point, that means nobody knows what will be his fate. They might decide, because if they have compromised so far, that means they can also decide to say, Simon Ekpa, we remove you from our country. They can do anything because that is their country. They are Europeans. They can do whatever they want. So my first question is this. Don't you think that Simon Ekpa, after he has suffered what he has suffered for many of us, that he will feel betrayed after coming out and Finland decides, God forbid, we're going to remove you from the country, and Simon Ekpa has only one option, Nigeria, to be returned to Nigeria, not even two options to ask him, choose between Nigeria and the Biafra, which one do you want us to send you? That's my first question. Don't you think Simon Ekpa will feel betrayed after serving his terms and he will be left with this option? My second question.
Let me answer you as you go. There is nothing like Nigeria to start. Nigeria is gone. So it's just, in fact, within the next few weeks, in fact, within the next few days, you will see that people are already calling it ex-Nigeria. So Nigeria is gone. Secondly, some PM can never, ever be returned by anyone to an ex-country. So go to the second one, please.
Okay, thank you, ma, for that, your answer. And I pray God will help us. On the second question is this. I've followed this struggle right from Madam Azuka. I've seen a lot happen, elections, Mazen Nadekanu declaring there will be no election in Biafra land. Somebody did the same. I still don't forget one of the programs that Madam Azuka hosted, and one guy was boasting on that program that he used to see Mami Water, his commander Mami Water, that he was on his way with his boat to Anambra, that no election, blah, 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 blah. A lot of us believed, because I am such a person that wants to promise me something, I will believe. And my question now is this. When all these people were doing all those things during the time of Mazi Simon, but there was no declaration. We can accept that. But in your own situation now, you have a more heavy burden on your shoulders because you made the declaration. That declaration has been made that Biafra is now declared as a free and independent nation. And you have promised Biafrans over and over and over that there will be no election in Biafra land. And Biafrans are waiting to see what is going to play out. So my question now is this. Don't you think that it will be laughable to see tomorrow, at the end of the thing, tomorrow, on BBC, on CNN, on Al Jazeera, on Channels TV, TVC, and whatever, we start seeing where people were voting, where people were queuing up, where people were doing election, even if those people were borrowed from anywhere, be they Fulani or whatever thing, Don't you think that after this declaration and all these promises that it will be very, very laughable for the whole world to see on the television, CNN, that they saw people queuing up, whether these people are fake or original, on that independent soil?
Yeah, again, there's nothing laughable. There is a process to everything. After our declaration, it's not going to be a magic wand to just have everything lined up. All the countries that become independent from another country, there is a process. When our prime minister was around, he told us, we did our Helsinki declaration, remember, in 2023, when we went to Helsinki. But our prime minister knew that apart from having that Helsinki declaration, we also need to declare our independence. That is why he now, a year later, he took us to Finland, Lahti, to do our declaration. There is a process to everything. And in that preparation, the prime minister told us, the declaration we are going to do in Lahti, Finland, don't think that after that, there'll be Baza Bosa. You will not see the Nigerian terrorists again in our land. Or maybe Soludo will not continue to do his criminality by bringing in these Fulanese, maybe tomorrow to do that. Don't worry about that. There is a process. The prime minister said, our declaration is going to give us the legal documents we need to crumble Nigeria. You should be more focused on that. That is why we are on several international courts and local courts right now with Nigeria. And I know at the end of the day, everything is going to boil down to the legal documents which we already have and building our defense. So whether Soludo bring on 1 million, 100 billion people tomorrow to line up in Anambra is irrelevant. But all I'm telling you is that Biafrans will show Soludo tomorrow that the United States of Biafra or the Anambra State is a sovereign nation. That's all I can say and all I can promise you. So Biafrans have had their elections and Biafrans stand by that. So let us see how the criminal Soludo is going to import 1 million Fulanese into Biafra land, or 100 million of them into Oda Anambra State tomorrow. The world will be watching. That's all I have to say. But there's nothing laughable about anything. As long as we are following that pattern, and that pattern is to declare our independence, which we've done, protect our land, which is why we are doing the fundraising to continue to protect our land, and then build our allies, which is something that is almost on our hand right here. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I recommend one movie for you to watch?
Go ahead.
Please, I wish to recommend a movie I watched about 20 years ago. The title is I Spit on Your Grave. If you can watch it, then it will help you to know how you can handle Nigeria. God bless you and God bless USG government.
Thank you. Text it to me. I am not the one handling Nigeria. Everyone, all Biafran, including you, we are handling Nigeria. Again, I keep saying the restoration of Biafra is not one person's thing. Every Biafra must be part of that. And I know that the United States of Biafra government, what we succeeded in doing is to create the awareness. So many people before that were not seeing the evil of the Nigerian state are seeing it now, thanks to the United States of Biafra government. America has declared Nigeria a CPC. You think one person did it now? It is what all of us are doing collectively. The reports the Biafrans are submitting collectively at different offices all over the world, That is why you see Nigeria going down every single day. Anybody that comes to tell you that Biafra restoration of freedom is Ngozi Orabeze's thing, the person does not even have a clue what we are doing. So as I'm watching that movie, you are going to watch it too. As we apply, people are not laughing at us. You are going to think of what they will do if they laugh at you tomorrow. So it will always be a collective thing. I'm just joking. But again, just text it to me. When I have time, I'm going to watch it. But again,
God bless you.
If people have taken power into their hand, that is why Soludo is going down. Nigerian state is going down. Tinubu is going on. With the coup, they try to overthrow him. Nothing, nobody can stop this cascade, this roller coaster, which Tinubu and Nigeria is nobody. So even Soludo himself, tomorrow, Biafrans, make sure you sit at home. Ike Jesus, go ahead, 2 minutes.
God bless you, ma.
Udo. Ike Jesus, unmute, 2 minutes. We say 2 minutes, but we talk 4 minutes. Ike Jesus, 2 minutes. Ojugo, unmute yourself, 2 minutes. Ojugo, unmute yourself. Ike Jesus.
Good evening, Your Excellency.
Thank you. 2 minutes, please.
May Chukwu keep you more wisdom, more grace. Biafra is happy to have you. Biafra is happy for your family and your mother. May Chukwu bless you, my able Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Oraveze. My question is, please, ma, about the appeal of our PM, Isaac going? And the second of my question is, what about the ID card, the database? Is it safe? Please, this is my question to you, ma. We're happy. We're happy. God bless you.
Thank you so
like
much. Thank you
more,
so much.
more you are doing this work, you are getting younger.
Thank you so much. Okay. On the appeal, the Prime Minister's appeal is in process. I don't know if you listened when I talked earlier. Again, the appeal process in Finland, the way it happens is, I think they have to do it based on the availability of the court. So that appeal proper may not start the next couple of months. But as far as the appeal process, it is on. And the Prime Minister has the help he needs. The government has provided the help, the experts the Prime Minister needs. But at the end of the day, like I said, only the PM will be able to choose those that will be part of the appeal process that will help him. So that is, but the appeal is on the data. The United States of Biafra, all the data of the USB citizens are safe and secure. Nothing is wrong with that. Everything is safe. Thank you. Let's go to Ojugo. 2 minutes, please. And remember, Biafra, tomorrow we are going to launch do a training on how to start the application process. Everything is ready. And then where we have to apply for our ID card and our international passport. We're going to go through that tomorrow during our fundraising. Ojugo, go ahead. I will only take 2 minutes, please.
Oh my God, 2 minutes for me. Oh my God. Okay. Good evening, my DPM. I'm just kidding.
Good evening.
Good evening, other cabinet members.
No.
God bless each and every one of you. We are proud of you all. We are proud of you all. And I'm happy that I voted. And there is nothing so sweet to show off your right. You know, if I don't put you there, you're not going to be there, right? So I was happy to exercise my right to make a choice. Then, you know, only God can decide who win or who did not win. So
we really appreciate that right given to us to vote and make a choice. With that being said, I have a question when it comes to Jesse. You know, I went to that website to order some the Jesse, but it kind of looked like me like more of male Jesse. I don't know if I'm the one seeing it, or maybe I know I saw DPM wearing the long sleeve. So I don't know
It's
if they
unisex.
can.
It's unisex. They have ladies on.
So
Yes.
okay, so everything there is unisex.
Yeah, they have ladies on. When you order, they have ladies on. It's unisex. Everything is unisex.
Okay, okay. If it's unisex, then it's
Yes.
okay. But that's what I'm like. Oh, that kind of look like more of men. Okay, sounds good. That's just my question. Otherwise, we are happy and we are proud of Ohamadike. We are proud of our Prime Minister. All this is for us, the Biafran citizen. And I can't finish this by saying, without saying, thank you for the media team we have now. We are proud of you guys. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Ajuga. Again, all Biafrans listening, make sure you fix yourself somewhere. We have about 22 departments. Try and fix yourself somewhere. Continue to donate. We need all the money, please. We need more money. But more importantly, get into any area where you can help. Again, this thing is not for anyone. You just
have one more question.
Right.
Okay, sorry, DPM, for interrupting you. Please, is application still open for positions?
Of course, you just have to meet any head of the secretaries. Yeah, sorry, any secretary of the department. I believe there are thousands of positions. So you just meet every secretary or any secretary of the department. They have so many openings, and I know they keep announcing that. Another thing is that we've now opened up the line of administration between Biafrans in diaspora and Biafrans in homeland. So Biafrans in diaspora can now take up positions in homeland, unlike when we were doing agitation, when we kind of limited it to only those in homeland can take positions in their homeland. But right now, we're trying to coordinate the movement of Biafrans to homeland. So we have many Biafrans, many of them in diaspora, that have started taking up positions in their 40 states. It is absolutely and very, very okay to do that, yeah. But many of those positions, anywhere where you think you're good, just reach out to the secretaries that are in charge of those departments and ask them.
Okay, thank you so much. I asked this question for some of us Biafrans that are so agitated when they, remove them from their position during struggle, they start to fight. You can now hear that there are so many other positions. Just put in your application and they will find a place that will fit you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. There are so many positions. Maybe tomorrow during the fundraising, I'm going to show Honorable Christopher. Please remember, let's share the structure of the United States of Biafra government tomorrow during the fundraising, so that people can look at the different the structure we had post the structure that the Prime Minister approved that we should start using immediately upon declaration. So maybe tomorrow we'll show you during the fundraising, so everyone can see if there's a place they want to fit in, just go in there. And again, I also want to encourage Biafrans, some of them that are scared, when we have our able-bodied men and women at home and they are not scared, they contested for governorship and deputy, they were campaigning everywhere. And they met with so many people on ground, and they did the voting. Thousands did the voting. If they were not afraid, I wonder what you, that is
Afraid of.
I wonder what you're afraid of. I don't know what you think you're going to gain by not being involved, or thinking that Tinubu is going to come and fight. Tinubu, the fool that is already falling apart, or Christopher Musa, these are people that have been designated as CPP or PPC, whatever I call them, persons of countries of particular concern. So again, everyone needs to wake up. Let's do this once and for all. Everyone. There are 1,001 positions. The only thing is that people sometimes they believe that because, again, like I said, because they think they've been doing this thing with Wazurike, then they will come and be disturbing Dr. Authorized and be telling me it was Make's story, when that story has been handled by Nnamdi Kanu, and only the Nnamdi Kanu PM has handled his own story. I am handling the story based on the template that the PM left, and also based on the template which I'm using, which I've discovered there was a problem in the past. So anybody that is expecting Dr. Robertson to come and behave or do 100% the way our prime minister does, that person does not even get it. They don't know what leadership. Leadership change is based on what you see when you take up positions. You may have people, if they make you the manager of a company, for example, maybe Walmart or something, and when you were the manager during your term, everything is moving on smoothly. You're going to continue to do it that way. But if you're a manager that came in, the same manager in Walmart, and maybe during the period you're there was COVID-19 or COVID-20, and you have to shut down that store for like 6 months without opening it so that your staff will be safe, you have to do that. So it is misconception and error and ignorance when people keep saying that Dr. Robertson has to do like Simon Ekpa. That will never happen. Simon Ekpa has to do like Nnamdi Kanu. That will never happen. Or Nnamdi Kanu has to do like a Wazirike. That will never happen. But as long as that goal is the same, the way to achieve that goal might change slightly, but starting to compare Nnamdi Kanu with Simon Ekpa, or starting to compare Simon Ekpa with Dr. Robertson, or compare me with our PM, that is, those are the people that are not focused. And I believe the PM has told them to be focused on the restoration. Leave people alone. Let's go to Regina, 2 minutes, please. We got to go. If you have talked, please put down your hand. Miss Regina Ogena, 2 minutes. Regina, then Pastor Samuel, you're the last person. Pastor Samuel, you're the last person.
Good evening, everyone. God bless you. DPM, we bless God over your life. We appreciate all that you're doing. May the Almighty God strengthen you more and grant you more wisdom. In the name of Jesus Christ. We that are in the areas of the spirituality, we keep on praying for the speedy fulfillment of God's plan over our nation, Biafra. And we've seen that indeed it is happening speedily, and it is happening and coming as God have ordained it. And so shall it continue to move in the name of Jesus Christ. One of the things that I want, I'm not asking a question, DPM or the cabinet member, I'm not asking a question. I want to appreciate all of you. I also want to declare that God Almighty will continue to bless you all and reward you. We that are in this part of the Africa where we are trying our best according to the group where we belong, and doing what we can do in order to make sure that our names are being registered in the archive of the history of our beloved nation, Biafra. God has shown me very soon that the greater than the Bunigwe will hit that evil country, Nigeria. And indeed, it is happening speedily. It is happening. We only praying, everybody keep on praying that indeed, that very thing God has programmed against that nation will never be swerved, and the enemy will not hijack it, because the people that we are fighting with. If you remember Nnamdi Kalu's statement, he said this very country is an evil country. They have had a war chest of millions, trillions of dollars. This is what you see. What you see happening against our PM is because of the wealth they have stored against this Biafra. What do you see happening about against Nnamdi Kalu? You know, remember how many millions they say they spend every day that Nnamdi Kalu come to court? Because millions have been saved, prepare against us. So those people asking whether they will cast votes, you can see they are even the very three states of older Anambra that was being done. That is a sign that something is happening. So what we should pray is to pray for more, that God will get our people convinced more. And then before the manifestation of God's hand, because the hand of God is coming mightily against that evil country, Nigeria, the hand of God is coming. Before what God will do, I've seen it in the realm of the spirit. And the voice told me, this one is bigger than Obunigwe, and it's going to hit that country. And that will be the end of it, and Biafra will go freely and rejoice and glorify God. So all we do, we keep on praying and also encouraging our people, telling them that everyone should have hope and focus them more. Whatever you can do, keep doing it. Whatever you have, keep contributing. As at now, we need more of the funds in order to help our DPM and all the cabinet members to make sure that everything will go on smoothly. God bless you, our DPM. God bless you, everyone. The Lord bless you. I pray for everyone to succeed. In Jesus' name. We will make it. And we are making it already in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. You're done, right? Pastor Samuel. Thank you so much for that wonderful word. And I think that brings us to the end of this. Christopher, I don't know if you want to say something before you. Honorable Francisca, do you want to say something before we close?
No.
All right. Well, Christopher, over to you. We have to close now. Thank you so much, everyone that have talked today. Again, it's been a wonderful time. We've been here for almost 5 hours. I didn't know we stayed this long. But again, dear friends, call your family members in the old Anambra State. Tell them not to come out tomorrow. It's already hot now from the reports I'm getting right now. It's gonna get hotter. What we are going to do, we wanna make sure the Nigerian state does not kill any Biafran or force them to come out to vote. Please stay at home. Tell your family members, stay at home. Complete shutdown tomorrow in the whole Biafra land. No election in Biafra land. And we are successful. Thank you so much, Biafrans, and may God bless all of us. See you all tomorrow doing fundraising, and happy lockdown in the whole old Anambra State tomorrow. May God bless you all. Let us show them. We will show Tinubu and Christopher Musa. If they don't hear, they will see. May God bless you all and have a good evening. Bye, everyone.
Because of time, Ojunika, good morning. Welcome, the Empress of Mukwata. You can say I'm not taking any time.
I love you, but we have to actually hail Dr. Abati today. Yes. Good morning, our favorite. You're always joining them. Happy 60th birthday to the legendary Dr. Abati this morning. How are you this morning?
I am doing great.
I am today.
Always happy to see you.
And I'm hugging this, our favorite Niger wife, for winning an award yesterday. Congratulations. Yes,
I want to thank my mom, my dad, everybody.
You're dedicated to your mom, your dad, your Bye, we love you. Happy birthday, Dr. Abati. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending. We're continuing our coverage on the recent threat by U.S. President Donald Trump to impose sanctions or take military actions in Nigeria over allegations of Christian genocide in Nigeria. Well, according to the New York Times on Thursday, the United States military has drawn up contingency options for potential on-ground strike to intervene in Nigeria. The plan reportedly includes 3 levels of military options: light, medium, and heavy, all designed to be escalatory. The light option involves partner-enabled operations where the U.S. would assist Nigerian forces in targeting Boko Haram and other militants. The medium option involves drone strikes on militant camps, bases, and convoys. And a heavy option would deploy an aircraft carrier group into the Gulf of Guinea with fighter jets and possibly long-range bombers conducting strikes deep within northern Nigeria. I mean, this revelation that, the Pentagon has actually drawn up strike plans escalates the crisis from rhetoric to potential reality. Well, in the meantime, United States Senator Tommy Tuberville has voiced his support for President Trump's threat of military action in Nigeria. Appearing on Fox News, the Alabama Republican senator backed Trump's position on alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria, endorsing potential intervention to protect Christians.
Would you support U.S. troops going into Nigeria?
No, you bet I would. 62,000 Christians killed in Nigeria, 100,000 killed in Africa, 18,000 churches burned. Now, there's a lot of evidence there, and that's probably an underestimate, John, but we cannot allow this to happen to people that can't defend themselves. It's just absolutely insane. If we need to get involved in something like this, President Trump could end that in a heartbeat. This wouldn't be like going into Russia or China or North Korea or Iran. This would be going and helping innocent people that would be able to take back over their country. It's a shame something like this happened, but we can't overlook it. We can't underestimate it.
Well, the senator's remarks represents the first major congressional backing for Trump's threat to invade Nigeria, signaling that the president may have support among Republican lawmakers for military intervention. This adds a concerning legislative dimension to Trump's threats, suggesting this may not merely be presidential rhetoric, like I said, but could gain congressional support. In the meantime, in another development, U.S. Democratic Congressman Jonathan Jackson from Illinois released a statement in stark opposition to President Trump's potential military invasion, calling it a dangerous overreach and reckless, and that the answer is not American boots on the ground. In the statement, Jackson says in part, "Let's be clear. The sudden interest in Nigeria's internal conflict is not about human rights or saving lives. This is the same administration that slashed humanitarian aid across Africa, now claims it wants to save lives through military action. Where was the urgency in Sudan, the DRC, or the Central African Republic, where hundreds of thousands have died and millions forced to be displaced?" Well, in that same statement, the congressman also added that the path to peace in Nigeria must come through dialogue, dignity, and not domination, putting him, in stark contrast with, the Republican voices we have heard so far, which largely supports President Trump's potential plans. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared that Nigeria remains resolute in defeating terrorism despite diplomatic challenges and threats from the United States. Speaking on Thursday after swearing in 2 new ministers at the State House in Abuja, the president acknowledged the political pressures Nigeria faces, but emphasized continued diplomatic engagement with global partners, citing the successful oversubscription of Nigeria's €2.3 billion bond as evidence of international confidence.
Despite the political headwind and the fear of our people, we continue to engage with our partners. The success of the $2.3 billion bond, subscription, oversubscribed, is the most at this stage. So the task ahead is immense. We are engaging the world diplomatically, and we assure all of you that we will, defeat terrorism in this country.
President Tinubu's defiant tone signals Nigeria's unwillingness to be bullied by external threats while maintaining diplomatic channels. his emphasis on defeating terrorism despite challenges, rather than because of external pressure, asserts Nigeria's sovereignty in addressing its security issues. Now, before I come to you, I'd like to just take one more comment from the minister, because, the president is standing firm that, he's not bothered, and which also buttresses the minister's point. Well, the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, speaking after the Federal Executive Council meeting, assured Nigerians that the government is responding decisively to security concerns without panic. He emphasized that the administration remains calm, focused, and united despite external pressure. The minister reaffirmed Nigeria's constitutional guarantee of freedom of worship and commitment to protecting all citizens regardless of faith.
Nigeria is responding to the genuine concerns raised. Now, have we had any discussions with the government of the United States? Yes, channels have been opened. We prefer that this situation is being solved diplomatically, but there is no any panic mode here. We are responding responsibly, steadily, and in the interest of our country.
All right, while this is quite reassuring, Ayo, it's good to see that the presidency and also the president is willing to collaborate at this point, reassuring Nigeria that there is, of course, like he mentioned, the constitutional rights to practice religion freely. But we also have the conversation about the Sharia law and the blasphemy law, which is, almost embedded in the constitution, in the Nigerian constitution. I'd like for you to buttress that part of that
Section 38 of the Constitution guarantees religious freedom for all Nigerians. And it says that no state, part of it is that no state must have a dominant religious. Nigeria is a secular state in essence. It means that if I'm a Muslim and I live in the north, south, east, south, I should be able to practice my religion without fear or discrimination. If I'm a Christian, as a Christian, I am able to go to any part of the country and practice my religion without fear, discrimination, or enticement or forcing for me to move away to another religion. Now, these are some of the issues that have now come off. And I've talked about it is high time we start to have these uncomfortable conversations, yes. OG. And I believe that this incident, sad incident, gives rise to us to correct some things that have not been right. If you speak to a number of people living, particularly in the north, and I say this with all sense of responsibility, a number of Christians have talked about how some of these terrorist organizations who are termed as Islamic terrorist organizations, the Boko Haram, which is most prominent, actually target people who are not of the faith, so whether it be Christians or moderate Muslims. And that's why you can understand why many of them have talked about their churches being burned, Christians dying, priests being kidnapped, a number of people targeting. If you recall during the last administration of El Rufai in Kaduna State, we know how polarized it was. Christians seem to not be protected at all. Thanks to the governor now, Basanu, who is doing a lot of work in trying to reconcile fragmented relationships. So beyond this targeting of Christians, it's also the freedom to practice. OJ, in some parts of these areas, they say that when churches, the land is owned by the government, the state government. After 100 years, you can apply for it to be renewed. That there's some churches who go to apply, and there are some policies that silently target religious freedom in these areas. We haven't spoken up for these people. Many times we talk about people who are on certain days or certain religious festivals. We heard Professor Waro talk about that. We have killings in these areas. What does that mean? It means that people are afraid to actually fully express themselves. When you have a state where Sharia law is in operation, yes. How can a Christian freely practice their religion in that area? These are the things that we need to start talking about so that we don't have this narrative of religious intolerance. Mm-hmm. Beyond that, we brought up the issue of Deborah Solomon in Sokoto State, yes. Samuel, where people were afraid to speak out or speak up. Yes, because of yes, she said something that the other faith said, oh, it wasn't of their faith. Yes. She has freedom of expression. I think what was a bigger travesty was the fact that despite what happened, nobody was apprehended. Mm-hmm. Till today, even though their faces are in public glare, they were not afraid. They did it brazenly. So there are some parts of the country where your religious freedom is up to a certain limit. Yes. It is curtailed. We have to be honest about this. And I believe that one of the things that this situation will bring to light is the fact that in some in some sectors of Nigeria, some people do not actually have that constitutionally guaranteed right to religious freedom. We need to talk about that. We need to be honest about that. And by being honest about that is the foundation to solving the problem.
And that is a big point. Thank you, Ayo, for highlighting that part of the speech. We're talking about religious persecution here. Christians being killed. That is really the main topic. But you know, Tinubu is saying that we will defeat terrorism, whether internally or with collaboration. And you know, also the fact that the minister's message of calm reflects the Nigerian government's strategy of projecting stability despite sobering realities, while the administration emphasizes being, you know, not in a panic mode and reaffirms constitutional guarantees of religious freedom. Nigeria ranks number 6 on the Global Terrorism Index, just above Somalia and Israel. This is a stark contradiction that undermines reassurances of effective security management. And we're looking at this graph. I mean, this disconnect between, you know, official messaging and international assessment exposes the challenges facing the Tinubu administration at the moment. If you can pull up that graph so we can actually see, you know, where we rank in the Global Terrorism Index at this moment. Rufai, I'd like for your thoughts also with the fact that the U.S. is, you know, preparing to put boots on ground. Also, the president's reassurance, and he's, you know, this is the first time we're hearing him speak at the moment.
With that data you released, it shows that the government narrative is not working. Nigeria ranks 6 on terrorism index. The question is, what was our ranking close to 20 years ago before all of this terrorism started? So it shows that in the last over 15 years, government has not done a lot to nip things in the bud. See, Ralph Waldo Emerson said something, that what you do speaks so loud I can't hear what you say. What Nigeria has done as a nation, as regards religion, it speaks so loud that we can't hear what it says. According to the Constitution, there is no state religion. But a government that has subsidized religious travels, under what basis and what guise has it done that? Is that not an affirmation of the idea of state religion? A government that increasingly have not been able to nip perpetrators of heinous crimes against people with religious affiliation in the bud. A government where a government official said he had nothing wrong with blasphemy. And I'll tell you this, I have seen ex-government officials laugh at me because I have a Muslim background and I converted to Christianity. Yes.
What's the laugh about? I don't understand what that means. Well, why?
That I am deluded.
Okay.
My mother is Christian. I went through the religious understanding process as a child, but I'm Christian.
All right.
But I respect my Muslim background. In fact, I do a lot for a family mosque that's built in our village. But I've seen government officials laugh at me, an ex-government official, laugh at me when I put out that tweet saying I don't know what I was doing. Right. So you can see that what we do is different. And there have been persecution along the lines of religion.
Yes.
Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because every religion should be able to respect one another in Nigeria. Yep. And that's one thing we are not doing enough. But the most important point I want to make, the complicity in the security architecture is a big problem.
All right.
The fact that people are complicit, I think because see, it even makes it difficult for the fighting soldiers to trust each other. And that's why we've constantly condemned narratives of people that defend bandits and terrorists. So these are the problems we should look at. We want solutions.
This is it.
But we need to live in a fair society.
Yes.
Are you the floor?
I mean, also the contrast between the Democrats and the Republicans. I mean, did you hear the Democrats? I mean, at this point, how many days is the government shut down in America at this point? It had to do with
the longest.
30-something days. And the Democrats are saying this is not about, you know, Trump coming to free Nigeria, and there's all the conflicts that have been in the past without the Republicans or the Trump administration even solving. Meanwhile, a content creator has asked Nigerians living in the diaspora what they think about Trump's threat to invade Nigeria over alleged Christian genocide, and the responses reveal a deeply divided diaspora community in a viral video making the rounds on social media. Several Nigerian Americans shared contrasting views on Trump's position, with some supporting potential intervention, while others condemned it as unwarranted interference.
Some people are saying that the intervention of the international body, that's America right now, will bring about stability. Some other people are saying they should leave us, we're going to handle things ourselves. What do you say?
We don't need Trump to handle insecurity in Nigeria.
We can do it ourselves.
110%.
So, but we need this shake, and it was necessary.
We need a wake-up call. Maybe that's what Trump is doing, which makes sense, but he doesn't necessarily have to come with physically engage.
Where have you ever seen all over the world that America went into and got a place? Go and check Iraq, check Libya, check everywhere. Everywhere they went, they destroyed the place. Let's not go to Nigeria. We don't want it.
But Nigeria is a sovereign state.
He's a racist. He doesn't like Nigeria at all. Do you think Donald Trump has Nigerians' best interests at heart, or do you think he has a selfish reasons?
America always have interests wherever they go. It's just like what happened in Afghanistan. Once they visit their interests, they will come with confusion like this now to get what they want to get from there. Then the people there will still benefit from that. That's why I say it's both.
Now, I want you to stand on a particular point.
I give it to Donald Trump.
You want him to come in?
Yes.
That country needs to be reformed. So if he's able to handle it, fine with him, without an interest.
The security thing, if they don't sort it out, my dear, let them come and take over and sort it out.
I think he's making an impact and it's a welcome development.
I would say Trump is right if he comes to Nigeria. The way they are ruling Nigeria, it's not the right way. I remember about 4 weeks ago, I saw all those big people in the north, both governors, they sit down together, they want to negotiate with terrorists. Those terrorists, the people are looking for.
That was a big problem. I mean, that is a big problem, negotiating with terrorists. Well, the split among Nigerians in a diaspora community mirror the broader national debate, proving that even geographical distance hasn't created consensus on this sensitive issue. This division could further complicate Nigeria's diplomatic efforts to present a united front against Trump's threats. In the meantime, a group in Lagos staged a peaceful protest on Thursday against plans by the United States military to invade Nigeria. The demonstrators gathered to express their opposition to President Trump's claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria. The protesters carried placards with various inscriptions rejecting foreign intervention and calling for respect for Nigerian sovereignty. Let's take a look. Bimba is singing along. America, leave us alone, no, leave us alone, no. I mean, this peaceful demonstration.
But they have a right of protest.
Growing public concern about the escalating diplomatic tensions between Nigeria and the United States, with the protests viewing Trump's threats as an affront to national sovereignty. You have a right. They have a right to protest,
and they're not disturbing public order. Apparently, gosh. Okay, there's a lot of things to unpack here, but let's start with those who are saying that Nigeria is a sovereign state and so forth. Yesterday, I'd made a point around the social contract, which is that government has a duty to people, and people in response will pay their taxes and be law-abiding citizens. It's the contract between government and people. But when the government doesn't do its duty to protect people, to provide security, to provide welfare and all of those things, then there's a trust deficit. It's a broken contract, and that broken contract takes away legitimacy from the government, and then people feel that they need to turn to whoever will help them for support. That's the situation we have on the ground right now. However, when you now look at the some of the implications of this support is where it now gets a little bit complicated. So now when we look at America, I like to use historical antecedents. Whether it's Republican, whether it's Democrat, the honest truth is that neither is better than the other when it comes to issues concerning warmongering.
Of course, we need help. There's religious persecution. I mean, even the Republican senator, the sort of statistics that he reeled out while he was talking about the Christian genocide is quite alarming.
I was saying that whether it's a Democrat government or whether it's a Republican government, it was a Democrat government under Barack Obama that caused the instability in Libya, that then caused the outburst of terrorists who moved south into the Sahel and caused the problem we have now in northern Nigeria. That's problem number one. Problem number two is, I mentioned it yesterday, we go back to the 19th century. Usman Dan Fodio invaded northern Nigeria. And what was his agenda? It was a jihad. It was because he was pursuing pure Islamization. He believed in the purity of the religion. Now you have that colonial era of Nigeria that took place. That's the first colonization of Nigeria. Of course, the second colonization came and it was a Christian colonization. How have we managed these diverse relationships that were created from a historical context? Now, in terms of America, leave us alone and so forth, you know, again, like I said, when people feel that their government is not doing what they need to, you can't blame them for turning to wherever they think they can get the assistance. But the point that I want to drive home is that you also have to look at the antecedent of the person you're looking to be your helper. Whether it be a Republican government or Democratic government, we've got Libya, we've got Sudan, we've got Somalia, we've got Vietnam, the list is endless, Iraq, Afghanistan, the list is endless. So is American intervention the solution? Do they have the capacity and the track record? Have they proven in the past that they create more order than disorder?
Well, those are questions that are left to be answered at this moment. I mean, the idea of collaboration, I'll keep reiterating it on this table, is a welcoming development. This is what we need since we have not been able to tackle the menace of insecurity for decades at this moment. Well, in another development, Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has described U.S. President Donald Trump as a petty-minded dictator. In an interview with the BBC, the 91-year-old playwright criticized Trump's handling of minorities and the rising extrajudicial killings during his tenure, recalling his early warnings about Trump's presidency. Soyinka recounted how he destroyed his green card after Trump was elected in 2016 and how he refused to wait for a forced re-interview before his visa was revoked.
This is a petty-minded dictator. You will see how he deals with his objects of hate. I saw it and I said, listen very carefully, and you can go and check this. I said, when that man comes to power, the first thing he will do is cancel even the green cards. I said, I'm not going to wait to be told to come for the interview, or simply told, get out, your green card is cancelled. That's all. People failed to understand. Even though I said it, people failed to accept it. I said, I don't like to be kicked out. I like to kick myself out. You know, it's more dignified. After he took office, I got a letter from the IRS telling me to report for audit. The coincidence for me was very impressive. I knew I would not be able to resist making comments on what I knew would happen. And sure enough, it did not disappoint me.
Soyinka's pointed critique carries significant weight given his global stature and his prophetic 2016 warnings about Trump's presidency. Well, his description of Trump as a petty-minded dictator and his voluntary surrender of his green card reflect a principled refusal to be subjected to what he perceives as a vindictive treatment. I mean, this Professor Wole Soyinka here calling Trump a dictator. Everyone has a right to speak at this point. Everyone has a right to express his his opinion. Your thoughts really quickly on Professor Wole Soyinka.
So he's doubling down.
Yes,
he's taking no prisoners.
Yes.
He's saying that I predicted this, I was expecting it, and I decided to steer it, in the first instance. And I think it's well within his right. Anyone can decide whether or not they want to be able to travel to a particular country or not. But now we can see maybe clearer reasons as to why his visa was actually revoked beyond the IRS story.
Absolutely, and he did highlight the IRS story, but people went on a tangent with it. But this conversation will continue. We'll keep seeing prominent voices speak for and against U.S. President Donald Trump and his policies, and whether or not he's going to have boots on the ground remain to be seen. But before we take our milestone story, I'd like to quickly highlight these photographs of two chefs and a driver who actually poisoned their staff and stole a vehicle of a senior advocate of Nigeria, Austin Alege. If we can have those pictures, these young boys stole his car. Just to steal a car, they actually poisoned their staff and the driver. If we have those pictures, I'd like to show them. There they are. This is the driver, unnamed at this point. And of course, this is Austin Alege. He's hoping that if he's fine. If you guys know the whereabouts of these individuals, they are criminals. Do not hire them. Call the police directly. I mean, this is a sad situation. Terrible. Again, highlights another form of our, insecurity architecture in Nigeria. Well, I hope we find those criminals. Now, under milestones, we celebrate one of Nigeria's most influential voices in journalism and public discourse, Dr. Reuben Abati, as he marks his 60th birthday. The renowned journalist, broadcaster, and public intellectual will unveil 3 new books at a special event at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island in Lagos today. Well, Dr. Abati's distinguished career spans decades of incisive political analysis, award-winning journalism and service as special advisor on media and publicity to former President Goodluck Jonathan from 2011 to 2015. As a co-anchor on the Arise Morning Show, Dr. Reuben Abati's insightful commentary continues to shape national discourse. At the book launch to mark Dr. Abati's 60th birthday, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Reverend Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, will deliver the keynote address titled Nigeria, Time to Reload. The 3 books being unveiled are Portraits, People, Politics and Society, A Love Letter and Other Stories, and How Goodluck Jonathan Became President, collectively reflecting Dr. Abati's versatility as a storyteller, analyst, and historian of Nigeria's evolving political and social landscape. Implications! Congratulations, legendary Dr. Abati. Monumental implications. Yes. Well, tributes have been pouring in. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi wrote on X, I join millions of Nigerians in celebrating Dr. Reuben Abati, a distinguished journalist, public intellectual, and statesman, as he marks his 60th birthday today. Dr. Abati has, through his pen and voice, contributed immensely to national discourse, promoting enlightenment, accountability, and good governance. His brilliance, courage, and depth of thought have enriched journalism and strengthened democracy in our nation. As he attains this milestone, I thank God for his life of impact and service to humanity. May he continue to enjoy good health, wisdom, and renewed strength in the years ahead. Happy 60th birthday, Dr. Abati. Dr. Abati's 60th birthday represents a milestone for Nigerian journalism and intellectual thought. His contributions from his days as editorial board at The Guardian to his current role at Arise News have consistently challenged conventional wisdom and elevated public discourse. Happy 60th birthday, Dr. Abati. May you continue to inspire generations of journalists and thinkers. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extended warm felicitation to Dr. Reuben Abati, describing him as a renowned public intellectual, author, columnist, and former presidential advisor with distinguished service to the nation. While celebrating the presentation of his new books, Tinubu stated, and I quote, I congratulate Dr. Abati, whom I fondly call Ruby, on the presentation of the 3 books on his birthday. The president prayed to God to grant him a longer life, good health, and the inspiration to continue serving nation and humanity. Plenty tributes. Dr. Abati, congratulations. Well, also, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has also extended a congratulatory tribute to Olusegun Adeniyi on the occasion of his 60th birthday, celebrating the renowned journalist and columnist for his significant contributions to the media landscape. The president stated that Adeniyi is one of the nation's most read columnists who has set the pace for disciplined conversations and informed commentary. Adeniyi served as spokesman to late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua and chairman of the editorial board of This Day newspapers. Congratulations to our colleagues, Dr. Ruben Abati and Segun Adeniyi on their Diamond Jubilee. Can we play happy birthday again one more time? Well, we're all going. We need to warm up. Can we have happy birthday sound? Fantastic. We're dancing for both of you. Happy, happy birthday. We are going, where are we going today? We're going to NIA. We're going to NIA to celebrate Dr. Abati. He is launching 3 of his books, like I mentioned. Great scholar, great anchor, and a very, very good dear friend to the Authorized News family and the nation. Happy, happy birthday. Well, I hope we're going to have fun tonight as well.
Yes.
Dr. Abati,
guaranteed.
Plenty implications for your viewers. Rufa is dancing. Well, all right. I'd like to thank you all for your great analysis, as always, on What's Trending. All right, well, that's all I have for you guys on What's Trending today. I'll see you all tomorrow, and congratulations, especially from me to you, Dr. Ruben Abati, the legendary scholar.
Big sale. Shopee even cheaper, even faster. Shop now.
Joining us now with stories trending around the world is Ojiope, whose favorite day of the week is Friday. Hello, Jinx.
Good morning,
Thank
Dr.
God
Abati. It's my favorite day of the week. Oh, Ayo, I love your tweet. How are you this morning?
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
I'm doing good.
Looking
How are you
lovely
too?
this Friday morning. Rufy on fire. You are too busy. We have to enter this contract that you have been trying to sign all morning. How are you this morning? Fantastic. Well, all right. Well, good morning to you, viewers. We're beginning What's Trending in the United States, where Senator Ted Cruz has accused the Tinubu administration of being very unhappy with him for bringing the topic of the reported killings of Christian genocide in Nigeria to the forefront, including the proposed legislation to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Cruz made the comments on an episode of his podcast on Wednesday, with the senator saying that too many leaders in Nigeria have turned a blind eye to what is happening in the country. Let's take a look.
And as you know, I've been very vocal calling out the mass murder of Christians. Over 50,000 Christians have been murdered in Nigeria since 2009. Over 20,000 churches and schools have been destroyed, burned to the ground. And you have Boko Haram and other radical Islamic terrorist groups that are targeting and persecuting Christians in particular. And I will tell you, the government of Nigeria is very unhappy with me. They have decried my saying this. I have introduced legislation to designate them a country of special concern. And the government of Nigeria is very unhappy. And I've said, look, there are far too many government leaders who have turned a blind eye to what is happening, who have acquiesced in what is happening, who are enforcing either Sharia laws or blasphemy laws and facilitating the persecution of Christians. And as I said, the Nigerian government has been vigorously resisting me in this.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, spoke with CNN on Tuesday, accusing Ted Cruz of relying on inaccurate and misleading data To allege a Christian genocide in Nigeria, Idris said that such claims fail to reflect the complexity of the country's security challenges and warned that spreading such claims unknowingly supports criminals whose main aim is to stir religious tension. Let's take a look.
Some of the claims made by some officials in the United States based on faulty data. Some of them, some assumptions that the victims of this religious violence are largely Christian. Yes, there are Christians that have been attacked, but these, criminals do not just target one religion. They target Christians. Yeah. They also target Muslims. We have seen that in several parts of, especially the northern part of the country. So yes, indeed, we have security challenges in Nigeria, but we also have to recognize that there is a massive drive by government to ensure that Nigeria is ultimately safe for everyone. But for the records, we want to say that Nigeria is a very tolerant country when it comes to religion. We don't want these dangerous narratives to go on because criminal elements and some of these extremists are driving this narrative and pushing people to believe that Nigerian Muslims and Christians are fighting each other. This is not the case.
All right, once again, Dr. Bati, we are seeing how this issue has grown to becoming one of global importance, that a senator seems to be following developments on this topic locally. The question now is how to address religious persecution in Nigeria. The minister is emphasizing that, characterizing the attacks as being against Christians alone will drive Nigeria towards unnecessary division, noting that, criminals want to portray the situation as a fight between Christians and Muslims. And that's about the most important soundbite I got from that interview with Mohammed Idris, talking about the fact that this idea of a Christian genocide is actually fueling the terrorists more. Your thoughts?
Okay, there's a disconnect in the global information world order. That's what it is called, whereby you have the Western media having a mindset about, what is categorized as the third world. And in the case of Nigeria, what sells in the American media will be to say, North versus South in Nigeria, Christians versus Muslims. This has been the trope over the years, and which is why we often commend the efforts of African-based media like Arise News in trying to tell the story of Africa from a different perspective, to say that it is not as bleak as the Western media tries to portray it. In other words, I'm saying that the kind of narrative that you are finding within the American media in recent times fits into that narrative of Africa as the dark continent, where there is religious war, where there is ethnic division and all of that. And I guess that, it's important that the Minister of Information of Nigeria is trying to counter this narrative by saying that, look, there may be issues. Our own position is that there are issues with security, with welfare in Nigeria, just as they have similar issues in the United States or elsewhere, even in England, where they are dealing with issues of integrity, and the royal family has been dragged into it. So we have our own issues here in Nigeria, but it's not a situation whereby on the streets of Nigeria, Christians are fighting Muslims on a daily basis. The problem is one of Boko Haram, as one of the commentators pointed out, of insurgency and banditry. And what government says is that it is continuing to deal with it. We were once placed on the Department of State's, U.S. Department of State's country of particular concern in terms of religious freedom. Now, at another time, we were reconsidered. We were removed from that list. But it looks like there are some people who are saying, look, Nigeria must go back onto that list of country of particular concern. When Bishop Matthew Azam Kuka, the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese, intervened in the matter, some people began to attack him, saying that, he was saying that, look, he lives in the heartland of Islamic religion, Sokoto, and it's not as if Nigerians and Muslims are fighting themselves. But like other countries, we have these issues, and government is dealing with these issues. I think this narrative calls for a moment when we should be, patriotic and say that our country is not a country where Christians and Muslims are openly fighting. But we have issues in terms of unity, in terms of the centrifugal forces, And, government just needs to wake up to its responsibility, because no country can survive a civil war twice. No country can survive a religious war.
All right.
And it should not be the objective for patriotic persons in this country to try to instigate and fuel that narrative to look for a blowout war between Christians and Muslims.
All right, they're asking us to go to the next story, but you're quickly.
Okay, real quickly. Nobody's saying that we want, we don't love our country. We love our country, but loving our country also makes us to tell the truth. Oji, I said yesterday, a pastor in Kaduna came out to say a lot of people were killed. It was reported in the papers. This is not Ted Cruz reporting this.
No, we are reporting the killings.
This is what
we have been reporting, yes.
Oji, a child born in 2009, when all of this started, will be 16 getting ready for university today. We're sitting down here. Yes, we don't want our country to be put on country of concern list. But when will our government solve this problem, Oji? Is it because all of us here, none of us, our relatives have been killed?
Or even directly affected?
Maybe when people that are close to us are directly affected, we will know that it is time to speak up for these people. Oji, these killings must stop, and the government has done nothing about it. They've just been giving marching orders to the military, and it has increased. Look at bodies being buried. Look at pastors being threatened. So who are those threatening those pastors?
All right.
As regards Father Kuka, this is what I have against him. I can only say this today, and I'll stop. When Deborah was killed, and people raised eyebrow, what happened afterwards? Didn't people go on rampage and protest? Didn't they release those that killed Deborah? Didn't it lead to burning of churches and religious houses in Sokoto then? So why are we deceiving ourselves that these things don't happen?
Yes,
Let's say the truth.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't affect us. We are here to speak for people. That's why God put us here. Yeah. And God will ask us questions.
What we're saying is that it's not
That's just
Christians are being targeted. Muslims are also being targeted.
Yeah, this is the point that
we have a country
but Christians are killed,
in which we are all living in a pressure cooker situation.
Right.
The responsibility of government is to make this country safe for all of us.
Have they done
and
it?
That's why we say government needs to do more.
We should
desist from inflaming ethnic
Nobody's
or religious
inflaming
passions.
anything.
And I think that's the right point.
Christians.
Decease from inflaming ethnic passions. Like what the minister has said, the fact that the terrorists are fueling this whole idea and continuing to benefit from the narrative that it's only a Christian genocide. Muslims are also being killed, and we have also seen mass graves of Christians being buried. Now, we have charged the federal government on this table to stop the killings. That's really all we're asking. Stop the killings. We'll take another story now. Nigerians on social media have revived the hashtag Justice for Ochanya. In the wake of the 7th anniversary of the death of Ochanya Elizabeth Ogbanje, the 13-year-old schoolgirl from Benue State who died on October 17, 2018, after allegedly suffering years of sexual assault that left her with viscovaginal fistula, a severe medical condition. Well, before her death, Ochanya narrated how she endured 5 years of continuous abuse by her uncle, Andrew Ogbuja, and his son, Victor Ogbuja, while living with them.
When I was 5 years old, I went to my mother's sister's house to school because there was no school in my village. So when I went there, when I was 8, the son started sleeping with me. Then when the sister caught him, the sister then reported him to the father. Then the father scolded at him, and that was when the father started. So September, when I went to school, I was not feeling fine, so I came back home. I went to Federal Medical Center in Makurdi here. I spent 2 months and 5 days there, so they discharged us. When I now came home, then that was when I told my mother that when I was in my uncle's house, my uncle and his son, they were sleeping with me.
Oh, may your soul continue to rest in peace. Despite that video evidence, the Benue State High Court in April 2022 acquitted her uncle, Andrew Ogbuja, of rape and causing her death, citing lack of DNA evidence and contradictory autopsy reports. However, on the same day, The Federal High Court convicted his wife for negligence and sentenced her to 5 months in prison for failing to protect the child. Her son, Victor Ogbuja, reportedly fled before arrest and remains at large and is set to be pursuing a music career in Lagos. The Benue State High Court has officially reopened the case following renewed public pressure and a Change.org petition with over 10,000 signatures and celebrity involvement. The Benue State Ministry of Justice confirmed the case had been reopened, citing fresh applications filed by government prosecutors based on new grounds and renewed evidence. A viscovaginal fistula, we know what it is. It's an abnormal opening between the bladder and vagina, causing uncontrollable urine leakage. While most cases develop from prolonged labor without skilled medical care, tragic instances like Ochaya's case can result from sexual violence and repeated physical trauma. I wanted to just highlight really what she suffered for months in a hospital before her passing. I mean, the police or the autopsy report had revealed that she might have died from natural causes. I think that's one of the reasons that they said that they acquitted her uncle. But what about the son, who they say is at large at this moment in Lagos, pursuing a music career? I believe that you, before the segment, you interviewed her older brother. Please, your thoughts on this story.
Okay, so thank you. And OG, this is such an emotive story, and it's very difficult to not take, to not feel the pain that Ochanya and her family must have gone through in the last few years. And I'm glad that finally, hopefully, justice will be served in this case, because a lot of people tried, I must say, when this case first came to public light. Now, the brother has said that there was a lot of intimidation and threats to the family when they tried to seek justice in the courts. We've also seen now that, thankfully, the Benue State government has reopened the case based on fresh evidence and, of course, responding to public advocacy. But, and so we will follow the case and see how this goes through. Hopefully, this time, the son, that's her cousin, Victor, would be made to come and answer for the role that he played. I'm glad that we had the opportunity to capture Ochanya's voice, telling the experience of what happened or what transpired. That hopefully should be should act as evidence in this new case. Court, yeah. I know when it comes to rape and sexual abuse, it's often argued as to how difficult it is to prove, because there has to be some medical proof and the likes. And so sometimes the case can be drawn out if we're speaking legally. But in terms of the face of it, I'm hoping that there will be a more thorough investigation and all those culpable will be brought to book. But even more than that, OG, because we have a lot of Ochanyas in Nigeria, is how can we prevent this from happening? When you look at that, then we look at all those who can be said to be complicit. There's a culture of silence and disgrace on the victim rather than the perpetrators, where the victim is told to keep quiet. In this case, Ochanya was said to have been told that she was threatened by the man and his son that if she speaks out about this, then she would be, they would kill her family. And we hear many young people talk about this. So those who protect the perpetrators, the auntie herself, who as a wife and a mother shielded her husband and her son from facing, the sister who was said to have reported the case in the first instance to her dad, neighbors who might have observed something but chose to look away. OJ, we see this a lot of times happening. In other parts of the world, we see responsibility by neighbors who call the attention of police and security operatives when they notice something onto what's happening with their neighbors. Why do the neighbors keep quiet? The schools. If you are a school and you notice a difference in a child coming to school, you should raise an alarm. Relatives, other religious institutions. The man is a knight of a religious organization. I'm glad that they've now come out to say that he's been suspended. But why didn't they take action before this renewed call was made? He remained a knight until 7 years later, when the justice for Ochanya came out. The police and other those complices. It reminds me, finally, of the case that happened in Lagos, and I keep bringing it because this is where justice was served. Yes. In the case of Adegboyega Adeneko, who defiled a 2-year-old in his school. He was a supervisor in the school. And because of the Lagos State Special Offences courts. He was able to be brought to book, and the school tried to protect him. And this is why I said that those who are complicit should also answer for this. Yes. There are many Ochanyas in Nigeria. I hope and I pray that we will not fail our next generation of both girls and boys by taking action and ensuring that justice is served.
Dr. Abati, 2 questions, please. I know you want to add a comment. Can this video serve as evidence and the fact that, the case had been tried before?
Thank you for mentioning the matter evidence. There's no statute of limitation with regard to criminal cases. Rape is a criminal case, it's felony under, the laws of Nigeria. I think section 256. But the problem is how you provide the evidence. The Edward Obuja, I think that's the Andrew Obuja. He was able to escape because they said the case could not be proven beyond reasonable doubt. For more than 20 years, civil society groups have been arguing that section of the Evidence Act has to be reviewed because the Evidence Act in Nigeria, with regard to rape, talks about proof. Yes. And the proof is so embarrassing. They will have to say you come and prove penetration, that the person escaped into the internal anatomy of the female Homo sapien beyond the labia majora. Who is going to prove that? How are you going to prove that? Section 211 of the Evidence Act also says, look, the accused person can interrogate the victim to defend her conduct. Yes. Not to say that she's the one who has been enticing them. That's the madness that you have in the law. We have to take a second look at that. We have to take a second look at how to enforce the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. We have to take a look at the Child Rights Act and its proper enforcement. It's because all of that is not in place. Right. That's why you will have the criminals, the accused persons, that's the proper word. That's the man himself and the son. That's why they could escape. Right. And it's the woman that will get the lighter sentence of 5 months that she was negligent. No child, no daughter, no young girl should be abused in this country. Well said. Nobody should be subjected to sexual violence. Well said. And that is the point that we should make. Well so the state can revisit the matter. There's no statute of limitation with criminal matters. And I was telling the gentleman that came on the program, John Ahmed, that the family too can sue for damages. All right. Very well said, Dr. After all, they are the ones who have lost their loved ones. Very well said. While the rapists are walking free.
Thank you for that. Well, I hope that this case will set a precedence for the justice system on how to try rape cases. Justice for Ochanya. We'll take our next story here in Lagos, where tensions were high on Thursday after military personnel allegedly collaborating with agents from the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration were captured on video seizing goods from traders at the Trade Fair International Market. In the video, as the seizure unfolded, traders gathered to defend their businesses, which ultimately turned into a protest. Let's take a look.
Trade of October 2025. The NAFDAC, amount tank.
How many Black Maria have we? 5 Black Marias. Blue ina ya nambada. Ona full truck na abada. Ofa butruck awe bati mafia. I am Maria India.
Happening in BBA now, NAFDAC, they carry soldiers, armored car. This market,
Rufai, this was unfortunate. This video, has triggered a lot of conversation online with people asking why certain goods were targeted for seizure, while others wondered why the military seemed to have been deployed in this situation just to seize goods from ordinary citizens. And that's the rhetoric online. Why was the military deployed for this operation? We're yet to see a statement from, NAFDAC at this moment. Because of time, I wouldn't take the tweets, so you can...
Simple, because if government forces, the authorities want to believe people, it's the military they use. Because they think that the military will bring in more brute force. See, we are not saying that NAFDAC shouldn't do the enforcement job. So there are two different angles to that. You can go and do your enforcement job, but the way you do it also matters a great deal. I don't know how the conundrum ended in Anambra when we had the NAFTA conundrum and season of goods, and they said they went to pay money in the back, and they said they collected money from some people. God knows how that ended. Now we are seeing this again. So we are not saying NAFDAC, do not do your enforcement, but it is the way you go about it that matters. You going out there, seizing goods and all of that. Anyway, we'd like to hear NAFDAC's reaction to it before we can get a more rounded feel on it.
This is
because you see, NAFDAC will now come out and say, oh, we're seizing the contraband goods and everything. But the question is, the military going in there, harassing people, it just smacks of the military regime and military era. And that's why the kind of country we live in, and that's why we complain every time.
Yes. I mean, this is really unfortunate, this incident that occurred. But we would continue to follow up on the story. I'm sure that NAFDAC will release a statement
we'll
because we shouldn't be having the military involved in this. Am I correct, Dr. Abati? Should we be having the military in this sort of operation, seizing medication and counterfeit drugs? Isn't it the police? Isn't it the job of the police to accompany? These are the issues.
Look,
but
a section of the Constitution says that the military can be called in aid of civil protection. But they are not supposed to take over the work of the police.
All right, very
but
well. Thank you.
NDLA, they've been saying to fight these drug people and all that, you know, they have a program, whether it's in Onitsha or it is in a trade fair or elsewhere. However, what we must insist upon is that they must follow due process.
Well said.
And must be fair
Well
in
said.
producing, you know, pursuing the mandate and also
all right.
their
Let's
program
take
of
this
action.
story now. It's my Friday story. I was going to take Natasha, inviting Akpabio and the Senate to come for her. You know, what did she invite them for again? For her constituency project. Solving the problem now. I mean, the problem is solved, isn't it? It looks like she's inviting She even said congratulations to him.
You can invite your fellow senators to come and, you know, fix your see how you do your project.
All right.
Prior to this time, she invites other senators and all that. But they still have a lot of cases in court.
But it seems like it's better now at this point. But the fact that she's actually you are fighting for.
No, but I don't think so. I mean, I state facts. I don't think so.
I like the
If it was better, cases would be out of court.
When
cases are out of court, I think it's better.
But let's take this story now. Nicholas Ukachukwu, the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in the forthcoming Anambra election, has been trending online after granting a live television interview where he attempted to critique the Soludo administration over worsening insecurity in Anambra State. The politician, however, was pointedly asked about the increasing rate of baby factories and illegal adoption rings in the state. But he went on to describe how his own factories have been shut down due to insecurity. Let's take a look.
I've also heard of the increasing rate of baby factories in Anambra State, and there are fresh incidents of violence and encroachment on farmlands. First, what is your assessment of the rising cases of baby factories and illegal adoption rings in Anambra State?
Oh, honestly, let me tell you this. I see things in national television and I listen, some can say it's not true. Nobody have more number of factories in Anambra State than myself and my family. And on that note, I'm telling you right now, I can't remember in recent times once telling you there are many industries spranging up in Anambra State. No, insecurity has killed more of factories. As a matter of fact, my factory is under long key because they kidnapped my 6 expatriates. And then the rest, I used to have 70 some of them, 70 something of this people working for me. The place is under lock and key. The aluminum cementing company was supposed to, bring to stream for the past few years. I have not. We lock it down because we cannot be able to run it. The Radisson Hotel there in Anambra State belongs to us also.
All right.
So what Authorized says that we love Anambra State, we're investing there. But what nobody can tell you that people are taking over because the factory are struggling.
The anchor was completely shocked, Dr. Abati. I horrified. This video cracked me up. They asked you about baby factory, and this is what happens when all you want to do is pull down. That is that pull down. Yeah. Since this all he came to do, Dr. Abati, quickly.
See, you know, many years back, we used to say, it shall be well with Anambra. When Anambra State was facing serious political crisis. I think we have reached a crossroads now where ahead of the November 8th election, we should just be praying, it shall be well with Anambra. Yesterday, we had a gubernatorial candidate on this program. who said Anambra people should vote for the niggas.
Rise up, rise for the
niggas.
We have another candidate also from Anambra who is more celebrated for her looks rather than anybody paying attention to, what she's saying.
All right.
So, and, you just have this whole field of candidates in Anambra. I think the onus is on the people of Anambra, in the Anambra, as they are called, to vote wisely.
Yes, this is it.
To make a wise decision with their votes. They were asking this, what did you call it? Nicholas.
Nicholas. Yes, plenty factories.
They asked him about baby factories and illegal adoption. This man that they call the Ukukoma of Ndumbo, he came and said he has been building factories and all that. Is that the question? And I thought the anchor, before throwing to the break, would say, please, Your Excellency, will be. Because when they become governor, they become excellency. She should have asked him that, do you even understand the question?
Yes, she was.
You know anything about illegal adoption?
That time, and that was such an important question.
Factory?
Yes.
She just said, we'll throw to break. I thought she was even going to laugh.
No, she must have cracked up the way we all did.
Okay, let's throw to break. Because this level of ignorance, but it is, as I've said, it is up to the people of Anambra to make their choice. If they like, let them vote for somebody who doesn't know the difference between factory and baby factory and illegal adoption.
I'm
not a fan. Are you saying
he came for a purpose. That's what he did.
He has not yet come out to defend himself to say he could not hear properly. So on the face of it, yes, we want to give him the benefit of the doubt that it's because he didn't hear. On the face of it, he was asked a question about baby factories, which is a big deal and a big issue in Anambra State.
Yes.
In fact, this Governor Soludo's administration has tried to crack down on these baby factories, but he went ahead. All he had was factories, and an opportunity to talk about what Soludo has not done well. But I think very quickly, this is the importance of holding them accountable and having interviews like that pre-elections. But at the end of the day, like Dr. Basi mentioned, debates. Yes, they need to come out and talk about their ideas. Let us hear what their ideas are. Then very importantly, that the voters will not be induced by money, but vote the best person for the job.
About foreign exchange. He will tell you how much dollar he has in the bank.
Do you know who I would like to see in another debate?
The nigga. By the way, he's a self-styled N-word. He's one that came and that's his campaign slogan.
The nigga.
But you know the thing is that if people, let the people's will be done. If you like Enweke, if you like the factory owner, also it's up to you.
Kingsley.
He's from Anambra.
Kingsley is our producer. He's from Anambra, yes.
He shall be
well with you, Kingsley, and your people. But really, vote wisely. That's the end. All right, shall we take our entertainment stories now? Well, Grammy Award-winning superstar Sierra arrived Lagos on Wednesday for the 15th anniversary celebration of the Lagos Fashion Week, held in collaboration with the Lagos State Government through the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Returning to Lagos for the first time since 2016, Sierra noted a significant improvement in infrastructure, particularly on roads. Her visit is focused on exploring notable heritage and cultural sites in a move that signals Lagos's growing role as an internationally acclaimed tourist destination. The singer has documented her trip on Instagram, posting a video of herself attending the Onolaja fashion show and sharing details of a visit to the iconic Nikkei Art Gallery. can hear my producer saying fresh. Really, welcome to Lagos. Eko Onibaje, Sierra, I heard you say she's such a babe.
No, I
said
to
it.
say, no. It's a good advertisement for Lagos State.
On a day like this.
You know,
Yes.
tourism, art, entertainment.
Yes, okay.
So kudos to the fact that Lagos is still attracting international superstars like Sierra. And when she arrived, she said that, look, Lagos is a much improved city.
Yes.
The last time she visited in 2016, it looked dirty, but now it's clean. And she visited, you know, she toured the city.
Yes.
She went to the market. She went to Naked Art Gallery. Look, the first time I went to Naked Art Gallery, I was impressed. And I think that institutions like that should be supported, not just by the state government, but also by the federal government. Because what Mrs. Okundaye, Nike Okundaye, and her husband, a retired police commissioner, have done with that establishment is phenomenal.
All right.
So Sierra is welcome. Yeah. She says also that she's from Benin Republic, you know, but we are glad to have her in Nigeria. And she was on the runway yesterday, sashaying, as Ojinika used to do.
Yes, finally.
Maybe someday, you know, you go back to the runway.
Oh, what's the model? Always a model. Why not? We've seen like 80-year-olds still sashaying on the runway.
She's actually here for the 15th Lagos
that's
Fashion.
What I highlighted.
Yes,
I highlighted
so
that
it's important
already.
to see that in the light of tourism for Lagos State, it attracts the creme de la creme from around the world, and we see how we can possibly become the fashion capital of Africa. Right. So welcome
Sierra. And I loved her saying, Eko Oni Baje. What do we say? Eko Oni Baje. Welcome, Sierra. We'll take our final story now under entertainment. Grammy-nominated Afrobeat star Davido delivered an electrifying performance at the Mahmoud Ribadu Square in Yola, Adamawa State on Wednesday night. The concert, which is part of his ongoing 5-album tour, saw the performer ignite the stage with energetic renditions of tracks from his critically acclaimed 5th studio project. The enthusiastic crowd sang and danced along as Davido surprised the crowd by bringing a fan on stage during his performance of With You. Let's take a look.
Have to sign out now. They want only there. My brother, this is our history, this is our commentary on the USB. Thank you so much for taking the risk. Tonight, November, be declared our Biafra that is called and tested of Biafra. Thank you so much, TPM. Child, now I'm going to more. Fugoniana. What can I say when I go there in a conversation? I say, I said also, no one in the human, the program. I'm going to go here and then I was in the video. No one in the video. They will know money from Saudi France. The 2 people can go here and then the video. Na the 22 people in the program are because ono mwanya na kono dos pass ono so ko we pro ono a they will move kono na because na get one letter God bless USB, God bless USB, God bless USB, God bless USB. He said